Uh, hello? Oh no. Hmm. Okay. Um, can you guys hear me? Or see me? Hi, chat. Um, I really hope that you guys can see me fine and hear me fine. I think this stream is cursed. I think Lily cursed it and or something. But yeah, that is us. We are we're alive again. And everything is slow, everything's really pixelated, but we're live. And you guys can see me and hear me. And that's what matters to me right now. The chat is slow, I'm really pixelated, my throat is sore, but everything's working at least for now. So, let's get into it. Hopefully, properly this time. Sorry that the chat's not showing up. I will have to invest in an Ethernet cable at some point. Alright, let's get started. Okay, assuming that you guys can see my screen, this is my playlist of Lily Orchard's Baldur's Gate 3 videos. Sorry about that. Now, to those who aren't aware of who Lily Orchard is, I'm going to build off what I said last time and just tell you click off this video and save yourself the trouble. Or, if you really want to know, just watch June the King's video on her and curse your brain with knowledge that should frankly be forbidden. Oh man. Oh man. There's still errors popping up? I am so sorry, guys. Oh my god. Okay. I can't delay this any longer. We we are going to get into it and watch the first video as soon as the stream catches up. Okay. I think everything has caught up now. I think. Man, this feels like a bad idea to do with such poor internet. Well, I might as well try. Okay. First video. Fandom has a white favoritism problem. What the fuck does that even mean? Can you guys tell I'm scared to click on this video? Oh man. Just bite the bullet, dude. Bite the bullet. Oh man, I need some water. Oh my god. Alright, no more delaying the inevitable. Must click. Oh god. Okay.
To say that fandom goes gaga over bland, boring white men is like saying.
Oh my god. I'm already. Oh my god. Okay, first off, way too loud. Must turn you down. Second off, can everybody hear her? Like, is her video like y'all can you can hear the audio in it, right? Oh my god, why did you say that? Why did you say yes? That means I have to watch more. Okay. Oh no. Okay. It's gonna be fine. I'm gonna be fine. I'm going to be fine. Let's not overreact here, nerd. It's gonna be fine. I love how I'm having like an existential crisis over this video. I haven't even started yet. I'm so sorry. Okay. Alright, let's go. Fair warning, I might be pausing a lot, but that's just because Lily Orchard does not have a lot of great takes, and you kind of have to like really listen in to like hear what she's saying, but hopefully my ranting is entertaining. Okay, here we go.
To say that fandom goes gaga over bland, boring white men is like saying that Hypnodisc was a bit destructive. Historically, white male characters do not have to have much effort put into their character to get a huge fan base and think pieces about how deep and complex their character is. When I think about this, my thoughts usually go to Bucky Barnes.
Okay, we are 19 seconds in, and I already have something to say. Unfortunately. Oh my god, okay. Alright. Oh my god. Guys, can you tell that this is painful? Okay, so... Oh, okay, how do I say this? On a surface level, I can kind of understand what she is saying. Cause, like, fandom has this weird... Like, okay, some fandoms have this weird thing of obsessing over the male characters over other characters in specific media over the girl characters. Instead of, like, oh my god, I'm sorry, the idiocy must be getting to my brain. But what I'm trying to say is, fandom, she has a service level point. Sometimes fandom has a tendency to focus on the male characters over the female characters and then gets mad at the show or the movie or the game or whatever for not focusing on the female characters when it's the fandom doing so. But, like, that's a problem with fandom, right? Like, am I crazy? Like, that's a problem with fandom. That's not a problem with the characters. Like the example she showed on screen, Hunter. Like, I've watched the Owl House, okay? Hunter is one of the most, like, fleshed out characters in that show. Like, okay, spoilers for the Owl House, obviously, but he is the clone of the main villain's brother, for one, and he is a pseudo brother to the main character, and he goes through so much character development as an antagonist in season 2 and then a main protagonist in season 3. So having him as an example of boring white men is just so, like, that's just so weird. Like, okay. I am 19 seconds in, guys. Oh my god. What the actual hell? Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Okay, let me skip back a little bit so I can properly take it in. Alright, let's continue.
About how deep and complex their character is. When I think about this, my thoughts usually go to Bucky Barnes, who became extremely popular and got an army of fangirls within his first appearance and think pieces and video essays about how deep his character was, in spite of the fact that it wasn't until The Falcon and the Winter Soldier that he actually had anything close to a character arc or even a personality 10 years after his debut.
Wait a minute. What do you mean? I'm sorry. What? Okay. I'm confused. Okay, I watched the Marvel... Okay, spoiler alert, spoiler alert. I watched all the Marvel movies. I watched them in order, in chronological order. So, maybe I missed something because of the way the movies were initially released. But wasn't Bucky like okay, okay. Let me replay that. I'm sorry. I'm I'm trying not to be like super confused. I don't know why the video is so low pixelated, but it's like but what she just said just made me so confused. Actually, maybe putting it let me put it at 480p. Maybe that's like ruining my bandwidth or something. But like, okay. Okay.
About how deep his character was in Fangirls within his. My thoughts usually go to Bucky Barnes, who became extremely popular and got an army of fangirls within his first appearance, and think pieces and video essays about how deep his character was, in spite of the fact that it wasn't until The Falcon and the Winter Soldier that he actually had anything close to a character arc or even a personality 10 years after his debut.
Okay, so she says that. Let me Google something real quick. Bucky Barnes Marvel first debut MCU. I just need to fact check something. His debut, according to Google, was Captain America the First Avenger, right? It's been a couple months since I've seen the Marvel movies, but like he was like an incredibly important character in that movie, right? He was Captain America's he was Steve Rogers' best friend. He was like his main he was like one of his main motivations to like go to the army and want to protect people and help people. And they went to war together, and they went to he went to they died. Steve watched him die in the mountains together. Didn't Steve Rogers sneak into a Hydra base to free prisoners of war, including Bucky Barnes, and almost get himself killed for Bucky? And Bucky nearly sacrificed his life in order to help Captain America? It's been a while since I've seen those movies. Like, am I insane? Is that not what happened? Thank you, Super Easy Walker, for helping me, for congratulating me on the stream thing. But like, I'm very confused. It's like, it says here that his first debut was the first Avenger or something like that, right? But he was like a really important character in that movie. And sure, he didn't go through all the Winter Soldier stuff until a few years later. But he was still like an important character and a relevant part of Captain America's story. And like, yeah, he wouldn't go through character development until he got his like own like standalone movie thing. I am so confused. And again, like of course people would latch onto the best friend of the main character. And of course, like look at him. Like, I'm sorry, but this dude looks cool. Like, this isn't a problem with the character. That's just what fans do. I'm sorry for yelling. I am sorry if my yelling is obnoxious, but I am 34 seconds in, and I am already very confused. Cause like, I'm just like, what? Like, what? Okay, so stream is still kind of a mess, but it's still working so far, at least for now. It's just, yo, what? I am so confused. Okay, I am going to, Captain America, the First Avenger. Okay, I'm going to continue to play the video, and wait a minute, I just noticed the chapter names. Yo, what? What the heck? The confusing fan base of Bucky Barnes. Is that a hunter weapon? What are you doing, step rival? Yo, what am I reading? Hexat, but boring. Obligatory Warcraft inclusion. The Snaky Children. Stay Cold Bird Boy. Lois Lane jumping off buildings. Fandom effort is not equal. Twitter garbage has consequences. The harassment of Stitch is an admission of guilt? Did I just have a stroke? What? My brain hurts. What the actual heck? Oh my god. um. Oh my god. Ah, no, it's buffering again. Oh, no, wait, no, it's not. Oh, no, wait, yeah, it is. Dang it. Sorry, guys. Oh, wait, it's not buffering anymore. And it's buffering again. Oh my god. And it's buffering again. Yay. Should I, wait a bit for it to, like, stop buffering or something? Oh boy. Hi, Jose. Um, you guys might notice. Oh no. Oh no, stream error. Uh oh. Uh oh. You guys might notice that I have really long pauses at times. That's because I'm waiting for the stream to catch up. I'm also dual watching on my iPad so I can pay attention to the stream chat from there. And yeah, I'm noticing that you guys are way behind than what I am looking at. So, I'm very very sorry. No, Jose, you can't eat drywall. I don't even know if you can hear me right now. Actually, I'm going to type it in the chat. No, you cannot. Did not expect this much technical difficulties on the stream like this. Yes to continuing? I should continue? Oh, wait, you probably can't hear me. Alright, guys, I'm going to hit unpause. Unfortunately.
Before then, he was Steve's friend, who then died and came back as a mind-controlled super soldier and then mumbled about in the background for the next few films. But the fandom just...
What? Oh, that's... What do you mean mumbled about in the background? Like, he wasn't hiding from the government because he wasn't hiding from the government because he killed the king of Wakanda, right? Like, he was a super soldier made by Hydra, which is, from my understanding of Marvel lore, super Hitler. And basically killed a lot of people, including a dignitary of a country. So what do you mean just mumbled around in the background? What? Okay, unpause.
made shit up, filled in the chasm on their own. Granted, it was an impressive amount of work creating an entire fanon from scratch with no information to work with, but it was fanon.
No information to work with? Wait, let me roll that back. Excuse me?
In the background for the next few films, but the fandom just made shit up, filled in the chasm on their own. Granted, it was an impressive amount of work creating an entire fanon from scratch with no information to work with, but it was fanon.
What? What do you mean? They had Yo, what? Am I stupid? What did she just say? Guys, am I insane? Y'all just heard that, right? What are you talking about? They had several movies, right? What do you mean, nothing to work with? He was Steve Rogers' best friend. He was kidnapped by Hydra and turned into a super soldier and killed several dignitaries. He killed at least one, and he was hiding out from the government, and he had to leave behind his best friend and everything he loved, and he was brainwashed by Hydra, and it's, yo, what am I watching? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Yo, my brain hurts. I actually cannot. What the fuck?
A second but much less egregious example that comes to mind when I think about this is Hunter Whittabane, for whom his importance to the story and even his personality is entirely a fabrication of the fandom.
What are you talking about? He's basically the Deuteragonus, right? Deuteragonus, is that how you say it? He's the nephew of the main villain. What do you mean his role in the story is completely fabricated? It's not. What do you... Am I reading this right? Did she seriously just say that? What the heck? Oh my god, I need more water. Oh my lord. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay.
Is rebelling against an abuser in canon is undercut by the fact it's basically a preordained destiny because every Golden Guard has betrayed Bellows. The fandom went whole hog on technically a application of the fandom. Even as rebelling against an abuser in canon is undercut by the fact it's basically a preordained destiny because every Golden Guard has betrayed Bellows.
Every Golden Guard... Okay, did you watch this show? Every Golden Guard betrayed Bellows because Bellows is crazy! What do you mean? Oh my god, every Golden Guard betrayed Bellows because they found out what Bellows was doing and found out what his true goal was. What are you talking about? It was preordained. Nothing was preordained. What do you mean? What is it? Oh my god, okay. Oh my god, okay. Unpause? What the hell?
The fandom went whole hog onto Hunter to the point of creating entire AUs where Hunter is the real main character of the story and gets adopted by Ida. No, really, that's a thing they do with alarming but unsurprising frequency. Furthermore, Hunter...
Okay. Why is that a bad thing? Why? I'm confused. Why is she trying to present this as a bad thing? I am very confused right now. Like, okay, so fandom will make up AUs where Hunter gets adopted by Ida, and that's proof that fandom has a white favoritism problem. How? Wouldn't that just prove that fandom wants an abused boy to have a family? What are you talking about? What? My brain hurts. What do you mean? Okay, I'm hitting unpause again.
ended up being the vector for a lot of people to start caring about Willow, Darius, and
Yo, wait. I know you did not just say that.
Furthermore, Hunter ended up being the vector for a lot of people to start caring about Willow, Darius, and Camilla, insofar as they can be used to bolster Hunter's character with romance and adoption, respectively.
Yo! Excuse me? What do you... We don't even meet Hunter properly until season 2, right? I haven't seen the Owl House in a while, but I know that much, okay? We don't meet Hunter as a character until season 2. Saying that Willow and Darius and the others are just used to prop him up is just fucking bonkers. What am I watching right now? Like, guys, I feel like I'm going crazy. Yo, what the actual hell? What do you mean? I'm sorry. I feel like I'm going insane. Like, I'm sorry. Okay. We don't meet Hunter until season 2. All of season 1 is about setting up characters like Willow and Gus and Amity. I don't even know if we meet Darius properly until season 2. So what do you mean that these characters are just to prop up Hunter? What are you talking about? Am I crazy? Oh my god. I need more water. This thermos is running empty!
Before this point, these characters were ignored or in some cases vilified.
What do you mean? What do you mean vilified? Where has Willow or Darius or Gus ever been vilified? Where has Ida been vilified? Where has Camilla been vilified? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean vilified? What do you mean vilified, lady? Oh my god, I am going insane. Like, you can make a case for Darius because he starts out as an antagonist at first, but like, he clearly has a warm side and has more going on to him behind the scenes, considering the fact that he lets Hunter and his friends go. Like, am I nuts? Am I nuts? What do you mean? Okay. Cat Pleasant says people love Luce and Gus. Yeah, people love those characters. What are you talking about? Luce is like a fan, she's the main character. She's a fan favorite. Also, Hunter isn't even human. Can we call him white? That's a good point. Like, are you white if you're a clone of a white person? I feel like that's opening up another can of worms. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, it's just... Dude, okay. Okay, I need to go fill up my thermos. I will be... Oh my god. I need to fill up my thermos. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Hey again, everybody. I'm back. I have my water full of thermos. No. God damn it. Okay. Sorry. I have my thermos full of water, and we're gonna get back to it with the react. Oh, good lord, this is painful. Okay. Let's go.
Trip over to Pokemon, in Sword and Shield, Bede was considered by many to be one of the best rivals ever created, while Hop is routinely derided for being annoying.
Okay, so I'm gonna be honest. I haven't played a Pokemon game since Sun and Moon. So whatever Lily says about this Pokemon game, I'm not gonna give my commentary or my input. Maybe she's right, maybe she's wrong. I don't know because I haven't played a Pokemon game in a long time. But whatever she says, I don't know. Whatever she says, maybe it's right or maybe it's wrong. Tell me in the chat or in the comments or whatever. But for all things Pokemon, I'm going to stay out of it because I have no idea. Okay, back to it.
However, both their characters are complete nothing burgers. One of them just happens to be a pasty kid with white hair, and the other isn't. Furthermore, plenty of rivals in Pokemon have a nasty habit of coming off like creepy stalkers toward the player.
Okay, wait, hold up. I know I just said I wouldn't step in at this moment, but I have to pause for a second there. What the hell did you just say?
Furthermore, plenty of rivals in Pokemon have a nasty habit of coming off like creepy stalkers toward the player.
Yo, what do you mean? What do you mean? I haven't played a Pokemon game in a while, but that's not how they are. That's not how they are at all. These are games for children, where you catch little creatures in tiny balls and make them fight each other so you win a tournament. What the fuck?
In fact, N is so creepy toward the player, he qualifies for some kind of sex offender registration.
Yo, what? What are you talking about? What? Am I listening to this right?
Isn't. Furthermore, plenty of rivals in Pokemon have a nasty habit of coming off like creepy stalkers toward the player. In fact, N is so creepy toward the player, he qualifies for some kind of sex offender registration. However, the only time—
Okay, can someone who knows Pokemon please tell me how N is creepy? Again, I've only played Sun and Moon. Yes, I am Gen Z. So sue me, I guess. I don't know. But how is N creepy? How is he as creepy as to go in a sex offender registry? What are you talking about, lady? Like, the only thing I know about N is that he's seen as a pretty boy and he has a weird mentality when it comes to Pokemon. I know nothing else beyond that. Like, this is such a weird thing to say about a character from a Pokemon game. Unless it's accurate, I don't know. I haven't played a Pokemon game in a while. I am so confused. What the hell? I'm sorry. It's just, what do I even say? Okay, I mean, I guess I just have to unpause the video.
time the fanbase took any notice of it was when a woman was doing kind of sex offender registration. However, the only time the fanbase took any notice of it was when a woman was doing it. An Hispanic woman, no less. Speaking of Bede, he shows up
Yo, wait, what are you talking about? What? Wait, what?
Took any notice of it was when a woman was doing it, an Hispanic woman.
That sentence just feels so stupid. I don't know, guys. I don't know crap about Pokemon. I can't give a proper commentary on this because I don't know about Pokemon. I just know that this sounds super weird. I'm sorry. I'm just. What the hell? Yo, what? I need a drink of water. I need a drink of water for that. What the actual heck, man? Okay. I'm gonna unpause the video again. Because what the fuck?
No less. Speaking of Bede, he shows up again in Baldur's Gate 3 as a bog standard snotty British guy vampire love interest.
Okay. So we're at the part where Astarion slander shows up, and I have things to say. Okay, so first off, okay. Oh my god, where do I even start?
Time the fanbase took any notice of it was when a woman was doing it, an Hispanic woman no less. Speaking of Bede, he shows up again in Baldur's Gate 3 as
Okay, first of all, you can't just say this character shows up again in this other media. Like, what if, like, I've never played a Pokemon game, so I have no idea what you're talking about. The only reason that I, like, what if I have no idea what you're talking about right now. I don't know who Bede is, and what do you mean he shows up again? These are two completely different characters and two different media for very two different kinds of games, right? Like, am I nuts? Like, it's just, I'm sorry. I'm just like, yo, what?
a bog standard snotty British guy vampire love interest that probably takes the award for most generic D&D character ever made.
Okay, so first of all, you're wrong. Astarion is awesome. Oh my god, like, where do I even begin? Like, okay, yes, Astarion is a very classic, elegant, vampire character. That's very, very obvious. He has white hair, he's very, very pretty, his pointy ears, he's dressed in fancy-ish clothes. But isn't that the entire party? The entire party is made up of D&D stereotypes, right? We have Gale, a wizard who is very, very nerdy and into books and very, very into magic and has studied magic his entire life. I'm sorry. Okay, Peru, your comment. I'm sorry. It was really, really funny. Okay. Anyway, Astarion is a very classic D&D character, but that is the entire party. Astarion is an elf vampire who's very pretty. Super easy walker. Yes. Okay, wait, let me type into chat. Yes, I have played. Okay, back to what I was saying. Astarion is a very classic D&D character, a elf vampire who's very pretty and has white hair and is very majestic and all that. But that is every single character in your party. Gale is a wizard who's obsessed with books and knowledge and magic and is very, very ambitious. Will is a hero who's very courageous and loves to do the right thing and help people and stuff. Shadowheart's name alone tells you everything about her. Like, this is not a bad thing. Like, a D&D party made up of D&D tropes? Like, that's like complaining that there's apples in an apple orchard. That's just insane. Like, am I crazy? I think she's just remarking how Bede and Astarion look the same. Wait, do they look the same? Am I crazy? Do they look the same? Oh no, oh no. I provided the premature. Oh no, guys. Okay, guys. Premature. I'm sorry. I saw a meme. I kept seeing memes on Tumblr of how Astarion look like furniture from the Barbie movie, and it's just I can't unsee it now. I'm sorry. It's just perfect, and I love that. But I'm not giving Lily that credit. I'm just not. Oh my god. Okay. Anyway, back to the video.
Guy vampire love interest that probably takes the award for most generic D&D character ever made. All he's missing is high charisma and a tendency to bang anything that moves to officially be called a clone trooper.
Yo, wait, what? High charisma and bangs anything that moves? Yo, what? That is so weird to say considering his story. What? Also, doesn't Astarion have high charisma in the game? Like, it's been a couple months since I played it, but like, his charisma is like at least 8 or something, right? Or 10? Is that high for D&D? I don't know. I haven't played D&D in a while. Anyway, onto the video.
He's also the character the fanbase goes the most gaga over. Not gonna lie, if you asked me to rank Baldur's Gate characters by romantic tension with the main character, I would put Astarion below Imoen. Conversely...
Oh god. Oh god. Okay. Oh god, she brought up Imoen. Oh no. I need a drink of water for this! Okay, let me roll that back.
Also the character the fanbase goes the most gaga over.
Okay, so... Okay. Wasn't Lily just complaining that fandom has a tendency to go crazy over the... to keep crazy over specific characters in media who tend to be white men, and then she's mad at the character for having a fan base for having a large fan base. Is she mad at Astarion for having a large fan base? I am so confused. Is that what she's saying right now? And okay, so I don't mean to be crass, but you can't give the people you can't give people a white-haired vampire elf twink and not expect them to go completely nuts over it. Like, especially in a D&D setting. That's like putting a dying zebra in a lion's den of starving lions and asking the lions to not eat it. That's a very clumsy metaphor. But my point is, you are asking for the impossible. Astarion is like... Astarion, I won't lie, Astarion is... I feel like the developers knew what they were doing with Astarion, but that's not a bad thing. Like, why is she presenting this as a bad thing? I don't understand. Am I crazy? Like, oh my god, I'm sorry for stuttering so much, but the way she's presenting this seems like it's a bad thing. How dare this character have a popular fan base? Okay? And? Who the hell cares? Okay, I'm gonna unpause the video because I lost track of myself in that tiny rant. In case you guys couldn't tell, I tend to rant a lot.
Not gonna lie, if you asked me to rank Baldur's Gate characters by romantic tension with the main character, I would put Astarion below Imoen. Conversely,
Okay, she just mentioned Imoen again. So, first of all, I had no idea who Imoen was until I started. I unfortunately started to look more into Lily Orchard as a person, and apparently Imoen is the main character's sister in Baldur's Gate 2? And if that is seriously true, what do you mean romantic tension? That is super fucking weird. What are you talking about? There should not be romantic tension in a game with your sister. There should not be that at all. My parents must be so worried. Oh my god, I need more water. Sorry guys. Oh my god. Okay, stream is still going on. This is completely insane to me. I'm gonna press unpause, unfortunately.
by romantic tension with the main character, I would put Astarion below Imoen. Conversely, Will also looks pretty generic. Dreadlocks and a blind eye. Pfft, calm thy trousers, Don Juan. But when you—
What do you mean? Generic? Dude! Okay. Like, if she was critiquing his story as it was presented in the game, I would understand that. Because, I'm gonna be so for real, the way Will's story is presented in Baldur's Gate 3 is mild at best and total ass at worst. But his appearance? Dude, he has a giant scar on the side of his face, and he has an eye made of stone that connects to the demon he sold his soul to. What do you mean, generic? Like, what are you talking about? Also, why am I feel uncomfortable with the fact that this character is black and she's mad about the fact that he has dreadlocks? Like, I'm sorry, it's just, I don't like to assume a lot about people, but why are you pointing out the dreadlocks, man? Like, it's just, don't multiple characters in this game have dreadlocks? Like, if you're going to call anything about Will bland or generic, call out his personality, or even his backstory, or how badly it was handled, or, like, not even that, like, Will is, like, not even that, because Will is, like, the goody two-shoes of the group. He's the good boy. He wants to help people and be a hero. That's his whole motivation. That's his whole thing. Like, sure, if that's bland to you, then that's bland, and call that out, but don't call out his appearance. Why are you making fun of his hair? Like, what the hell? Like, why are you making fun of his eye? Like, magic eyes in D&D are probably one of the most common things ever. Okay, unpause.
you actually meet him, his defining moment is teaching tiefling babies how to fight. Calm thy trousers, Don Juan. But when you actually meet him, his defining moment is teaching tiefling babies how to fight.
No, when you meet him twice technically. You show us meeting him.
My trousers, Don Juan. But when you actually— Will also looks pretty generic.
This is footage of us meeting him. Like, sure, we don't have a proper introduction until later, but we see him jump into action and stab a goblin right in the chest. Like, that's just a blatant lie. Like, okay, maybe she means, like, we don't meet him as a person and as a character until later on. Maybe that's what she means. still, like, that was just kind of weird.
Locks and a blind eye? Pfft, calm thy trousers, Don Juan. But when you actually meet him, his defining moment is teaching tiefling babies how to fight. Aww. And he has genuinely far more charisma in his pinky finger than Andy Dick here has in his entire body.
Dude! What? What do you mean? Will is just a nice person, right? The main difference between Astarion and Will is that Astarion is an asshole. And Will is an actually nice person. Like, Astarion will use the people around him to get what he wants because that's what he's known. And will not do that because he's a nice person. What do you mean that he's more, like, do you mean, like, his D&D stats? He's more charismatic? Is that what you're talking about? Like, that's the only way that I can see that that's what you mean. Because the way it's presented in the game, like, it's very, very obvious that, like, Astarion is seen as suave. Well, at first, he's seen as suave and seductive and stuff until, like, as you progress the story. But Will is seen as the good man and it's like the good boy and stuff like that. He's seen as, like, nice and sweet and, like, sure, he's, like, charismatic and stuff. But Astarion can also be that way. Like, it's just so weird to say that Will is more charismatic about Astarion. No, damn it. It's so weird to say that Will is more charismatic than Astarion because he's teaching tiefling kids just because Astarion is a generic character, even though Will is technically more generic than Astarion. Like, what's more generic here? A normal human who wants to help people and become a hero, or an elf who wants to smooth talk people and get what he wants. Like, both of those sound generic, quote unquote, but one of them is, like, way more ordinary than the other, right? Sorry. Have to blow my nose. Sorry about that. I'm going to, get back to it.
This is just a better character overall. Like, what do y'all see in Captain Bland over here?
What do I see? Look at him! What do you not see? His story is awesome. His character development is great. And the way he develops and both his good and bad endings are beautiful. It's amazing. Like, the big problem, like, what do you mean? The big problem with Will's story is that he technically doesn't get that development. Okay, before I continue, let me unpause the video. Maybe she explains a little bit more.
Do Red Eyes and Darling really do it for you? But the one that always sticks out to me is Arthas Men.
Okay, so she didn't explain her did she just say... What?
Here as in his entire body. This is just a better character overall. Like, what do y'all see in Captain Bland over here? Do Red Eyes and Darling really do it for you? But the one that...
Okay, first of all, yes it does, because I am a gay man. And second of all, you didn't explain why Will is better beyond he teaches tiefling kids how to fight. So, I was about to say this before, but the reason why Will is lower than Astarion in terms of story to me is because Will technically doesn't have any agency in his story. The biggest defining moment in his story is up to you, the player. Spoilers for Baldur's Gate 3, by the way, in case you care. But when Will has a choice to either save his father or destroy his contract, that decision is up to you. You have to make the choice for him. Like, and that is just blatantly bad writing when every other character, and I mean every other character, has to have you, the player, take a step back and have them make the choice for them. It is very, very rare that you directly have to step in. And usually, when you do step in to interfere with the story, there is major consequences. And you have to, in order to get the good ending, you have to trust them. And you have to trust your companions that you've been there along the way. Like, for Astarion's ending, you have to talk some sense into him and let him know that you'll support him no matter. Okay. For Astarion's ending, you have to talk some sense into him and let him know that that he'll become what he feared the most. He'll become like his old master, and that's not what he wanted. That's not what he wanted to become. And he has to make the choice to be better. And with okay, wait. Okay, as I said that out loud, if I realized that it's a little bit okay. I feel like Astarion was a bad example, but actually no, I don't think he's a bad example at all, because at that point in the story, Astarion is super pissed and hot and is going a little bit crazy with the thought of getting so much power, and you have to talk him down and be like, yo, Astarion, make the choice that you want to make. Make the choice that feels right for you. What do you want? What do you want with your life? Do you want to be like your old master? And he eventually realizes that no, he does not want to be like that. It's the same with Shadowheart. When you go down to the Night Song and to the Night Song's prison and you find her, you have to trust Shadowheart to do what she thinks is right. And she eventually does. If you trust her and allow her to make her own decision, then sorry about that. If you trust her and allow her to make her own decision, she tosses the spear into the darkness dimension and lets the Night Song free, all on her own. Same with Lae'zel. If you allow Lae'zel to no, dang it. Sorry, I'm messing up my words because there's so much to say. But after you defeat the Kresh in Act 2 and you meet up with Voss, and Lae'zel is all ready to kill Voss, and you're like, Lae'zel, what do you want to do? Whatever you decide, I'm ready. And Lae'zel, after being betrayed by her queen, the one she's been worshipping for her entire life, she's like, okay, I'm going to make the decision that I want to make. The theme of making your own choices and doing what you feel like is right is all over this game and all over the characters. It's present in every single character story except for Will's, and that is the biggest problem with Will's story, because his biggest decision is not up to him. It's up to you. And that is the reason why so many people have a problem with Will and why they think he's so generic. Because the reason why people have such a problem with Will is because his biggest defining moment isn't up to him. It's up to you. When it shouldn't be up to you. It's his choices. And it's like calling Astarion generic and Will a good character when Will is the only character where he has no agency is insane. Oh my goodness. Okay, I am reading the chat right now, and you're right, I have to take a deep breath. This is just a lot. Need some water. Man, this is not going to make any sense in the VOD, but whatever. Had to blow my nose again. Sorry about that. Okay. Okay, we are 2 minutes in, and the stream has been going on for an hour! Oh my god. Oh god. Okay, we gotta speed this up.
Like, what do y'all see in Captain Bland over here? Do Red Eyes and Darling really do it for you? But the one that always sticks out to me is Arthas Menethil, who I've done an entire video on in the past, and who sticks out precisely because the writers have done everything in their power to make you hate this guy. In canon, Arthas is a character doomed by his own hubris.
Okay. Obligatory Warcraft inclusion? When was it? 2 years ago? Who cares about World of Warcraft 2 years ago? I don't know. Maybe people do. I don't know crap about World of Warcraft, so I can't give any input on this either. Then again, I said the same thing about Pokemon, so who knows?
Have done everything in their power to make you hate this guy. In canon, Arthas is a character doomed by his own hubris, a man who is given every opportunity to do good and actively chooses evil every single time. Arthas is an interesting villain insofar as he is utterly detestable, and every moment you spend with him makes you want to stove his head in with a pipe even more. And it's interesting how the story itself doesn't dissuade you from this perspective. Never at any point are you expected to empathize with Arthas beyond the realm of you wouldn't be ending your life at the hands of an angry blood elf if you had made different decisions, you worthless piss hound.
Okay, is this accurate? I don't know shit about World of Warcraft, guys. Like, I don't know, okay? I just don't know.
And Wrath of the Lich King furthers this by highlighting that Arthas really is just a pathetic little bitch sitting up on his ivory tower and seething like an asshole. By the time of ICC, not only are
I don't know what this means! I haven't played World of Warcraft! Please explain what this means! What is ICC? I don't know what this means! Oh my god, whatever.
some of the bosses just new versions of slaves you've already killed or who are on your side, but when you actually kill him, you find out he's been keeping fucking effigies of them like an absolute lunatic. Arthas is kinda like WoW's version of Tyler Durden. The moment you sit back and think about him at all,
Tyler Durden? The guy from Game of Thrones? I haven't watched Game of Thrones either. I don't know what that means. Please explain what you mean. I haven't watched either of those shows or played the game, to be honest.
he's just absolutely insane. People will argue that he was corrupted by the Lich King, but the reason the Lich King targeted him in the first place is because he was already a psychopath just waiting for an excuse. But to hear some WoW players talk, mostly Alliance mains, you could be forgiven for thinking Arthas' story is a tragic fall of a good and noble person being pushed to his absolute peak and maximum in an unwinnable situation, being cruelly abandoned by those who claim to love him, and being manipulated by dark forces beyond his comprehension to walk into a trap that would destroy not only himself, but his people and change the fabric of Azeroth forever. And the problem with that approach is that's Sylvanas Windrunner you're thinking of. But
I don't know what that means because I haven't played World of Warcraft.
asking Alliance and Orc players to view a blonde male human paladin who is Sylvanas Windrunner you're thinking of. But asking Alliance and Orc players to view a blonde male human paladin who is literally every fascist dream come true as a villain and sympathize with any woman at any time is asking the impossible. Arthas is viewed as a more complex—
What the heck? What? I am so confused. How long is this Warcraft section?
character than he actually is, because in the eyes of fandom, as a white man, he has to be. And he actually is, because at any time—
I'm sorry, I had to rewind. What did she just say?
is asking the impossible. Arthas is viewed as a more complex character than he actually is, because in the eyes of fandom, as a white man, he has to be.
You call this guy a white man? Chat, does he look white to you? I'm sorry. I don't know anything about World of Warcraft. But, like, it's like a fantasy world, right? Full of, like, elves and monsters and dragons and all that. Like, dude has gray skin and silver hair and glowing blue eyes, and you're telling me that he's supposed to be European descent or something? I just, oh my god. Oh no, oh my god. I just, what are you talking, okay, okay, according to Lily, because this guy, because this guy is white, that means he has to be a more complex character by the fandom. I don't think that's a problem with the character or the fan. I'm sorry. Like, what are you talking? I'm sorry for stuttering so much, but that was just so stupid. What do you mean? Like, that seems like this needs to be a fandom problem, right? Like, maybe the character is complex. Maybe he's not. I don't know. I haven't played World of Warcraft, but what do you mean that because he's white, the fandom has to think that he's more complex than he really is? What are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? I'm so confused. Oh my god. Okay. I'm pausing again.
Any notion that he is not complicated and not sympathetic is treated like a mistake, that the authorial intent was for him to be a different character entirely and they just failed to realize it, despite that character already existing. I bring up Arthas in particular because it's one of the few instances where the fandom delusion about a white male character just flat out wasn't ever validated. Arthas starts
validated? What do you mean?
his story being told to fuck off and go to hell by one of his more noteworthy victims, and ends that story 20 years later being told to fuck off and go to hell by the other one. And boy howdy did the audience throw a fucking fit. This was arguably the most character compliant the post-Metzen writers had ever been, keeping Arthas in line with his actual characterization, and Alliance players lost their shit. Go back up 2 paragraphs and we have my main point for this video.
I can do nothing but take her word on that because, again, I don't play World of Warcraft and I don't know what she's talking about.
In the eyes of fandom, a white male character has to be complicated, sympathetic, or both, and instances where a white male character is not those things is treated like a mistake. Which is why fandom will latch onto them with headcanons up the ass. Conversely, women and characters of color will not be afforded the same level of empathy. If they happen to be flatly written, that character will be hated almost instantly. While Arthas—
Yo, what do you mean? I'm just— oh my god. Oh my god. What do you mean? What do you, like, genuinely, what do you mean? My head hurts, my brain hurts. Like, again, I'm not saying that fandom doesn't have a tendency to latch onto white characters, latch onto the white male characters over other characters, but the way that Lily is presenting it, it's like she has a problem with the characters and with the fandom. But it's like a problem with the fandom. And I feel like more recently fandoms have started to like self-correct and be like, hey, pay attention to the other characters in the fandom and stuff. And like pay attention to the other characters in the fandom and pay attention to them and give them the attention and the same like opportunities and like attention and all that. Like what are you talking about? Like, this is a problem with fandom. Like, it's just like, okay? And why are you so pissed at a fandom and a fandom thing. Like, sure, it's really annoying, but it's not like it's not like it's not like it's pure evil or anything. Oh, my brain hurts. Oh my god. It's just my brain hurt. I know all my stuttering doesn't make any sense, but guys, my brain is fried. This is making my brain hurt. I'm gonna unpause because what the heck?
This is the most high profile. There was a quieter one that happened under a lot of people's noses in Harry Potter's fandom. See, Potterheads have this thing where they desperately want Slytherin to be more complicated as a house because they still think the houses are some kind of personality litmus test and not just high school cliques with a logo.
Okay, first of all, no. Like, I'm sorry. No, actually, I'm not sorry, but okay, I used to be really into Harry Potter as a kid, okay? And I will just say this right now. The reason why people, including me, wanted more out of Slytherin is because it is super duper weird to have a house of children that's basically the white supremacist house. We have the brave ones, the smart ones, the nice ones, and what I can only assume to be the equivalent of wizard Nazis. And it's like, yeah, we want more out of these characters because no child is born pure evil like that. And like, they shouldn't be seen as pure evil right when they're 11. Like, do you know how stupid 11-year-olds are? Like, I'm sorry, but I was a really dumb kid. And if I was told I was pure evil and it could never change from 11 years old, that would mess me up. Like, oh my god. Chat message. Okay, unpause once more. Okay. By the way, guys, I am perfectly fine. I'm just a little bit sick. I think something cursed me. I have a feeling it was Lily. And the takes are certainly taking.
But most of Slytherin characters were already pretty hard characterized neutral evil bigots. But for the first 5 books there was
Yeah, but they shouldn't have been because because we all meet the Slytherin kids when they are 11 years old. Nobody should be telling 11-year-old kids like, "Oh, you are pure evil and nobody loves you," like or some bullshit like that. It's no, actually, no. Screw what I said. Screw what I said. What I meant to say was we shouldn't have a story that tells 11-year-olds because you were born this specific way into this family, you are pure evil and you will never be redeemed. That's not what you should be telling an 11-year-old. Like, that's just insane. Okay.
one named Slytherin character for whom we only had a name and a house and literally nothing else. Blaze. So Blaze was the target of tens of thousands of headcanons and fanfics about them being the secret noble Slytherin by a fanbase of screaming girls. They were arguably more popular among the Slytherin characters than Malfoy just because of their malleability. Right up until the Half-Blood Prince came out and Blaze was explicitly established to be black, whereupon his popularity vanished overnight. The backlash to this single line of narration was so pronounced it technically qualifies as fucking lore. People tried to argue they were just so torn up about losing a headcanon that was just so important to
What the?
them, but nobody with 2 brain cells to rub together was buying that line of absolute horse shit. When I first started criticizing Hunter, it came around.
Okay, so what does this have to do with what? Okay. Okay. Let me just okay. Is she saying? Is she trying to say that this is a problem with the character or a problem with the fandom? I'm very confused right now. Like, Like, okay, so Blaze, because Blaze Zabini, I'm just gonna call him Blaze, but Blaze, because Blaze was revealed to be a black person, that made him that would cause so much backlash that it revealed a lot about the fandom. Yeah, that's a problem with the fandom. Why is it being presented as a problem with the character? It's just like, am I insane? Maybe I'm just misunderstanding, but it's not a problem with the character, right? Okay,
else to rub together was buying that line of absolute horse shit. When I first started criticizing Hunter, it came around the time I became a lot more vocally invested in non-white characters, and some people, in a prime example of desperately trying to give me what they think is a taste of my own medicine, came up to me and said with their whole pussy, if Hunter was black, you'd like him. And I always countered that.
Why do you have to say pussy? Do you have to say that? Really? I mean, I've been cussing up a storm this entire stream, so maybe I have nowhere to talk. Never mind.
With a very simple truth. If Hunter was black, you wouldn't. If Hunter was black, the fandom would not have ignored every single skeezy thing he does, like his supposedly best episode, according to fangirls, that established Hunt Low as a ship, where he uses the power of the state to kidnap several children and force them to join the Magic Gestapo. They would not view this as uses the power of the state to kidnap several children and force them to join the Magic Gestapo.
Okay, I'm sorry, I had to replay that because that's not what happened in this episode. He is, oh my god. He is trying to, like, okay, it's been a while since I've seen this episode, but that's not what happens. He is trying to, like, recruit people for the Emperor's Coven, and he's trying to recruit people for the Emperor's Coven by force, because, and he doesn't realize that it's a bad thing until Willow and the others knock some sense into him, because he was raised in the castle and has no sense of social boundaries or anything like that. It's just like, yo, what? Like, in this moment, Hunter is just doing what he thinks is the right thing. Oh no, wait, oh crap, the stream is lagging. Oh no, crap! Wait, it's back. Oh no, it's not back. Oh wait. Oh, it's back again. Sorry for my weird breathing. I'm 7 minutes in. Okay, I pause, because what the heck?
They would not view this action equally if Hunter was dark-skinned, and stop writing that well actually comment, you will not convince me that they would. Furthermore, the main issue with Hunter is that the story spends a lot of time with him, but spends no time developing him outside of making goofy faces for the
What do you mean? That's a blatant lie! Like, that is a blatant lie! Okay, I will go back a little bit for you, Chris, because what the heck?
that established Hunt Low as a ship, where he uses the power of the state to kidnap several children and force them to join the Magic Gestapo. They would not view this action equally if Hunter was dark-skinned, and stop writing that well actually comment, you will not convince me that they would. Furthermore, the main issue with Hunter is that the story spends a lot of time with him, but spends no time developing him outside of making goofy faces for the internet. Making him black—
What do you mean? Did you just not watch this show? Like, the entirety of my god, oh my god. It's just, guys, what do I even say? What do I even say? Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. So I will be right back. I will be back to. I'll be back after a bathroom break. And to fill up my thermos. Good lord. What the hell? What the actual hell? Okay, oh my god, okay. And we're back. Okay, guys. Um, as I'm looking through this video, it doesn't look like. Oh my god. Steven Universe frame. Good god. Okay. Anyway, as I'm looking through the video, it seems like she only brings up Astarion once more time. She only brings up Astarion one more time. And I like to. I want to focus the stream on like Baldur's Gate 3. So I was wondering if you would like it if I go to the second video for now, or just go to the second video where she talks about Baldur's Gate 3. If that would be like something you would like enjoy, because we are 7 minutes in. The stream is going on for an entire hour, and I would like to get to this video before midnight. Okay, I think for the sake of time and my own sanity, I'm going to skip to the main video about Baldur's Gate 3. Oh god. I just know that. Oh god. I just know that this one is also going to be painful. But that's why y'all are here, right? Okay. Okay, so while I don't know a lot about World of Warcraft or Pokemon, and I haven't seen the Owl House in a while, I know Baldur's Gate 3. I know Baldur's Gate 3, okay? I have 460 hours in that game. I spent way too much time analyzing that game. I have downloaded the dialogue, the dialogue options in that game. I've looked at the dev notes of the dialogue in that game. I have analyzed each and every single character story to a T. Like, I know this game, okay? So, I feel like I am, at the very least, somewhat of an expert to dismantle what Lily is going to say in this video. Because whatever she was saying in the past 7 minutes was just insane. So, let's suffer together, shall we? Alright. Click. Oh my god. I thought. Oh god. Okay, first off, let's look at these chapter names because that's not boding well initially at all. Okay. Okay, mild Baldur's Gate 3 slander. I'm not gonna like that. Baldur's Gate 2 is weird. Okay. I know Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know Baldur's Gate 2. So, I might have to play Baldur's Gate 2 and Baldur's Gate 1. Jaheira, the grieving widow. Viconia, the actual adult. What does that mean? Aerie, the simp. Anomen, the creep. The Beamdog characters. The modding rabbit hole. how romance in RPGs has changed. Oh, jeez, this is gonna be a lot, isn't it? Anyway, let's get into it.
As anyone who's been around my channel for long enough will know, I adore...
What is this content warning? We are 5 seconds in, and already I'm like, what the fuck? I just... Oh my god. If only YouTube didn't get rid of clips, this would be great for clip farming. But anyway, right off the bat, incest mention. Why would there be incest mentioned in this video? What are you talking about? Okay, on with it.
Or the Baldur's Gate series. When I first made my... As anyone who's been around my channel for long enough will know, I adore the Baldur's Gate series. When I first made my channel when I was 16, I called myself Ballspawn for crying out loud. I've had these games since I was little. Hell, I got the second one for my birthday in a big box set, which I still have somewhere. I've adored it and replayed it many times. I was excited when the enhanced editions came out because, while the Beamdog characters weren't very good, a few of them were fun and I could at least just...
I have no idea who these people are. Maybe they're characters from Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. I'm assuming that's what Lily is implying here. They look nice. I hope that they're nice.
Use my usual band of friends anyway. While there had been rumblings from BioWare, Black Isle, and Beamdog about doing a Baldur's Gate 3 at different points, it always felt like a bad move story-wise. The Ward and Imoen's journey was over. What else could they do? I mean, they both wanted a quiet life anyway. That didn't stop multiple devs wanting to make it, though. The license to make Baldur's Gate 3 was like the holy grail for old CRPG developers. BioWare, Obsidian, Beamdog, and inXile made bids for it multiple times, and indeed Beamdog was given permission to make Siege of Dragonspear, a midquel between Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, effectively completing the trilogy. But for a game actually billed 3, they instead got outbid by Larian Studios, of all people. That's out of the blue. That's one step below Beamdog. And this was the...
One step below? Larian Studios did great with Baldur's Gate 3. What do you mean? They did awesome.
The second time BioWare lost one of their flagship games to a developer whose entire career is making a pantomime of their work. As someone who adored the first 2 games, I feel like I'm watching in real time what it must have felt like to watch the Fallout franchise be given to the empty sandbox guys. Look, Larian are fine devs. I mean, they're not bad. They were just a wrong fit. They're
the wrong fit? What do you mean the wrong fit? Like, they did such a good job. Okay, let me continue. We're 1 minute in. 1 minute, 18 seconds.
Entire library is sucking the Infinity Engine's teat, and anyone familiar with the gameplay of old CRPGs will tell you that it's at best tolerable, and at worst cancerous. And I've played Larian's games, and I will say they are definitely faithful to the CRPGs of old.
What are you talking about? Like, the only Larian game I've played is Baldur's Gate 3. So like, I don't know what she's talking about. Like, can you give me an example? What are you talking about? What do you mean cancerous? The gameplay in Baldur's Gate 3 plays like an actual D&D game. You gotta roll dice, and there's different wait times. You gotta build up strategies and stuff. Like, it's not cancerous at all. What do you mean?
I'm not saying it's bad, it's just weird. It's like watching fan fiction get published. Even the early companions feel like original character do not steal.
Wait a minute. Original character do not steal? None of these people look like the ones above. What are you talking about? Like, does Lae'zel look like this person? Does Shadowheart look like this person? Does Astarion look like her? Are you shitting me right now? Are you actually shitting me right now? Like, oh my goodness. Oh no. Oh. Spell panic. Oh my god, what the actual hell?
Versions of Shartil, Vaconia, Hexat, Edwin, and Keltorn. Like, Hexat and Astarion are literally the same fucking character, like, cause she was already a fanfiction version of Vaconia. The only difference...
What do you mean? I don't know who you're talking about. Like, just in appearance, they look completely different. And, like, it's just. And, like, okay, let's say, for example, they have very similar stories in the game. So what? Why is that bad? Like, who cares if characters have like similar tropes or something? That's not a bad thing. That's a very good thing actually, isn't it? Oh my goodness.
Difference is Astarion is uglier and voiced by Stewie Griffin. This is already a fanfiction version of Viconia. The only difference is Astarion is uglier and voiced by Stewie Griffin. This gets even.
I will not stand for that. No. I'm sorry, but screw that. Neil Newbon is an amazing voice actor, and I aspire to be as great as a voice actor as him one day. And I feel like you're saying Astarion is ugly because he's white. Am I crazy? Like, after the 7 minutes of her first video, of her just saying how much she hated white characters, I feel like she's only saying that he's ugly because he's white. Like, I feel like I'm going crazy. This is just insane.
More hilarious when the actual Baldur's Gate characters show up later on with new meme voices and also.
The actual Baldur's Gate characters? The actual Baldur's Gate characters are in the game! What do you mean? They're in the game! Like, Astarion and Shadowheart and Lae'zel and Gale and Karlach and Will are all Baldur's Gate characters. Do you mean, like, characters from the previous game? Do they not count because they're from Baldur's Gate 3? What are you talking about?
Having the fan fiction approach to their characterization. I mean, see, characters show up later. Astarion is uglier and voiced by Stewie Griffin. This gets even more hilarious when the actual Baldur's Gate characters show up later on with new meme voices and also having the fan.
What do you mean, new meme voices? I don't know a lot about D&D as like a cultural thing, but isn't Minsk's voice actor Matt Mercer like huge in the D&D fandom? I say fandom, like, isn't he huge in the D&D space? Like, he's a massive deal in the D&D space. I feel like it's very, very normal to have a very prominent figure in D&D culture to voice a very prominent figure in one of the most D&D-esque games of all time, right? Like, what are you talking about? Isn't Astarion British? Stewie Griffin isn't fucking British. Yeah, he's British. Like, what do you mean?
Fan fiction approach to their characterization. I mean, seeing what they did with these old friends makes me glad the Ward and Imoen are conveniently nowhere to be seen, probably off hiding in TC Dale's house.
What do you mean?
Oh, come on, Lily, it can't be that bad. It's not bad, it's just not Baldur's Gate. It's a D&D game with Baldur's Gate's name and some of its characters awkwardly.
Okay, I haven't played the first two Baldur's Gate games, but considering what she said in her first video, I'm going to assume she is very, very wrong. Because, like, I played Baldur's Gate 3 and did Minsk's and Jaheira's quest several times over. And from my understanding, Minsk is basically the exact same doofus he was back in Baldur's Gate 2. And Jaheira is pissed that he's still the same doofus because that means that he's perfectly fine with being forgiven and stuff, and she's still upset about leaving him behind and all that. It's just like, what do you mean? Why is the setting so bad? Okay, 480p. Oh my lord. I need more water. Can you not really handle 480p? Oh my god, now the video is buffering. Oh no. No, do not like this video. I do not like this video. I can't believe I misclicked that. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Technical issues. I hate myself. Okay, no, I don't hate myself. I hate myself for accidentally clicking that button. Oh my god.
Bolted on. If you've played any other RPG since, like, I don't know, Fallout 3, you've played this one, it's just bigger and hornier. But
bigger and hornier? Dude! Really? Did you have to say that?
But actually, the horny was what I wanted to talk about. That whole tirade was just so YouTube doesn't fuck me on monetization. Well, granted, I don't want to talk about the horny in particular. I'm too old for video game sex to really have any impact on me. I meant to—
Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Actually, I'm gonna dislike this video. I don't care if it doesn't show up.
All the discourse surrounding Baldur's Gate 3 and the fact that you can turn your camp into one big orgy got me thinking about video games.
Yo, what? Turn your camp... Okay, you are blatantly wrong because Gale exists. Last time I checked, there are only a few romance options where you can be polyamorous. Or, like, Gale, I'm pretty sure Gale is, like, explicitly monogamous. And, like... Ah, shit, the stream is dying again. I'm sorry. Crap. What the heck happened? Okay, it's working now. Thank God. Okay, back to it, unfortunately. Okay, about the orgy nonsense. As a blatant lie. Now, there are only a few people in the game that you can romance that will be, like, open to having, like, open relationships with you. Off the top of my head, it's Astarion, Shadowheart, and Halsin. Just those three, from the top of my head. Everybody else is like, no, I want to be monogamous. So what do you mean it's a big orgy? Like, no, it's not an orgy. Like, that is such a weird way to phrase that. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, romance can play a big part of Baldur's Gate. Can play a big part of Baldur's Gate 3. But you don't turn your entire camp into a fucking orgy, man. You can only do that if you pursue the companions that are, like, into, like, that are into like oh my god, you can only do that if you pursue companions that are into that are into a poly relationship or an open relationship, and even then you can only do it with like one or you can only do it with one other companion, which is Halson, I'm pretty sure. Like unless you install the mod that like allows you to romance your characters without like that allows you to romance all the characters without like any like qualms or like bugs or anything. Like, you can't turn your camp into an orgy. That's just not how it works. What are you talking about? Oh no. Oh, I got any water. Oh my goodness. Okay. Sorry. God, orgy is such a gross way of putting it. Like, if you really see it that way, I think you installed a mod or you didn't play the game right.
Romance, because romance has been a part of CRPGs for decades at this point. What was once a staple of BioWare has just become such a standard that even the Persona games are drinking out of BioWare's mug. But Baldur's Gate 2 was actually the first. Well, not the first. Games had dynamic romance for a while before it, but the modern style of romance as a verb that games use, where your companions have special little quests and variables to track, and it becomes part of their personal character story, first hatched in Baldur's Gate 2.
I refuse to believe that, okay? I refuse to believe that. Like, okay, I'm gonna be honest, I don't play a lot of games, so maybe I'm missing something, but I refuse to believe that Baldur's Gate 2 is the first game to do something like this. The first game to have a fleshed out romance options for your characters. That notion is just so stupid. Like, am I just dumb? Maybe it is. I don't know. I haven't played it. I don't know a lot about video game history, but the idea that Baldur's Gate 2 is the first to ever do that is just kind of ridiculous to me.
BG2 being the first foray into what would become a standard is actually interesting, because it's before the tropes and cliches of video game romance were codified. Hell, it's before video game romance became a glorified dating sim. The thing about Baldur's Gate 2 is that it had to work within the confines of the Infinity Engine's approach to gameplay. This is simultaneously a curse and a blessing, as the game doesn't have a separation between adventuring and character moments. A conversation about your relationship can start at any time as long as you aren't currently in combat. So you could be crawling through the depths of the Underdark and suddenly Jaheira goes, "So hey, about last night," and you're just like, "What do you mean about last night, Jaheira? You mean last night when I turned into a slavering beast and attacked everyone?" In all honesty, I have mixed feelings about the modern style of talking to characters in the camp. Only time I found it worked was in BioWare's 2 space games, where at least—
well, where else are you supposed to talk to the characters? Just in the middle of battle? Like, obviously you're gonna be in battle. Obviously you have to recoup during your campsite. Like, am I crazy? You can't talk during battle because you're in the battle. Talking during questing doesn't make much sense because you're actively in a quest. And, like, while you're questing, you're developing the character as you're questing. So, it's, like, talking and having romance stuff happening during the camp makes much more sense because having it happen during battle, it will be distracting as hell. And having it happen during the questing wouldn't make much sense because you're already doing the quest for the companion, or you're doing the main quest, or you're doing a side quest, and that just wouldn't gel well for the story, right? Like, that's just not how it would. That's just not how it would work, right? Oh my god. Continue.
At least there's the internal justification of the fact that space travel takes a while, leading to obvious downtime between missions. That Mass Effect has so far had the best romance storylines in an RPG certainly doesn't hurt either. But Baldur's Gate 2 love talks just happen right there, while walking through a forest, in a crypt, even in a pitched battle for one's own life. This is because love talks happen on timers, and when the timer ticks down and the previous conditions are met, bam, there we go. If you're in combat when it happens, the conversation will initiate the same frame the combat ends. This is something even mods can't get away from. Some of the more famous romance mods for Baldur's Gate have to work within this restriction. One mod rather infamously tried to use force talking, where you use the dialogue action to initiate conversations yourself as a core mechanic before an update years later just flat out removed it for being clunky and weird. When the conversations line up in actual downtime, it's beautiful.
Wait a minute. Wasn't she just complaining about that? Hold up, I'm confused. Wasn't she just saying that it was a bad thing that they develop romance during the downtime? But now she's saying that it's weird that the game Baldur's Gate 2 just has romance happens during random quests and fighting scenes? Did I just hear that right? Oh my god, my brain is farting. What the hell? Is that seriously what I just heard?
When it happens seconds after a pitched battle for your life, it feels out of place and awkward. Like, hey, I need to talk to you about what Irenicus made this Duragar do. I'm a little busy at the moment, But in a way, I find that kind of charming. Standing knee-deep in corpses is about as good a time to let your feelings out as any when you're a ball spawn. It reinforces something that's always present among the recurring characters in Baldur's Gate, is that their psyche is damaged. They're not okay, and their adventures only throw more pressure onto them. And that's reflected in most of the romance.
Sorry, had to blow my nose again.
Paths available in the game, and even through modding.
Oh my god. Wait, what?
More pressure onto them. And that's reflected in most of the romance paths available in the game, and even through modding.
So, she just said reflected through most of the romance paths in the game, and even through modding. And then shows Imowen again, who, from my understanding, is the main character's sister in Baldur's Gate 2. Like, you don't want to know. Yeah, of course you wouldn't want to. Oh my god. Of course you wouldn't want to show off this one. Oh my goodness, I can't.
Because they're all traumatized. The actual romance options themselves, however, are nothing short of strange. BioWare RPGs are rather infamous for having many romance options available, but having only really done any work on about 2 or 3. Knights of the Old Republic had one option for each available gender, with
oh my goodness. Baldur's Gate 3 is Baldur's Gate 3 a BioWare game? Like, all of the romances are so fleshed out in Baldur's Gate 3. Even Will, who one could describe as very milquetoast, and doesn't even have a proper romance/love/sex scene, is technically developed because the reason why he doesn't have a sex scene is important to his character and shows who he is. So what do you mean that? What do you mean that it's not developed? It is developed. I don't know if Baldur's Gate 3 counts as a BioWare game, but I feel like she's saying it's in relation to Baldur's Gate 3, so it's just, dude, what are you talking about?
A little Juhani on the side if you're feeling gal pally. The Mass Effect series had a plethora of romance options available, but only Liara, Garrus, and Tali were given any real consideration. The Old Republic returns to having only 1 or 2 options per gender, depending on the class, but halfway through the game, the real romance options in Theron, Sean, and Lana Beniko show themselves to be the ones most intently worked on. These are characters that are always your best friends, the ones you're closest to, oftentimes the first real party member you have. Baldur's Gate 2 is unique in that it doesn't have a Garrus, a Lana, or a Karth. Well, it does, but they're not available for, let's say, plot reasons. The actual romance options available are all different flavors of kinda messed up. Like the player, everyone you travel with is damaged in some way, either by grief, isolation, or prejudice, and their romance is just as messy as they are. The first of them is Jaheira, which in my opinion is the creepiest romance available in both the game and in mods, and that's saying a lot when you think about it.
Saying that Jaheira is the creepiest in the game and in mods, when I'm pretty sure that Emma Wen is the main character's sister, and you romance her via mods, is just fucking crazy. Like, what?
Jaheira is Garion's friend. She knew your father since before you were born. Her and her husband traveled with you throughout the first game, assuming you kept them around, and they're with you right up until you get captured by Irenicus. There, Khalid is murdered and his corpse is used to torture Imoen. Throughout the first act of the game, Jaheira is wrought with grief and having nightmares about Khalid, but quickly those nightmares start pushing her toward considering a new relationship. It's presented as Khalid's spirit giving his blessing for Jaheira to move on, but comes off more like a grief-induced rebound. Given that Jaheira...
Okay, I haven't played Baldur's Gate 2, but, like, I don't know. Grief-induced rebound? That seems so mean. Like, okay, seriously. If Jaheira is, if Jaheira thinks that her husband's spirit is giving her, like, permission to romance others and find love again, isn't that, I don't know, I feel like it's really sweet. What do you mean, like, what do you mean, a rebound? Like, that would imply that she would go back to Khalid, and Khalid is dead. Oh no, stream is buffering again. Oh wait, no it's not. It's just, anyway, it's just like, oh my goodness, it's like, calling someone's dead husband a, oh my god, calling your relationship, okay, how do I put this? Calling your relationship with a widow who is trying to peacefully grieve her husband a rebound is insane! Like, insanely insensitive! Like, that is just awful to say! Like, just a terrible thing to say about someone! It's just mean! Like, oh my goodness!
As a mentor figure for the player, the whole situation comes off as creepy and cold. It's hard to tell who to judge more, honestly. The player for taking advantage of a grieving widow, or Jaheira for rebounding onto her friend's child.
Is that how it's presented in the game, or are you choosing to see it that way? Like, genuinely, are you choosing to see it that way? Because that's how it sounds like, because you are calling the relationship between Jaheira and the main character someone who Jaheira said that you admit has said, my husband's spirit thinks that we should have a relationship. You called that relationship between the two characters a rebound. And a rebound implies that you would go back to the person and her husband is dead. That's not, one, that's not how rebounds work. And if that is how you think they work, then you want Jaheira to die? Is that what I'm hearing right now? Oh my goodness. That's such a mean thing to say.
But almost every romance is like this, and in a way it's almost charming compared to modern RPGs, practically lining up a selection of waifus and wooden spoons to bite down on. The romance with Chihira is messy and strange and borderline creepy at times, but these are not people living a typical life. This is a child of a murder god who is forced to fight for their life at every moment, and who passively inflicts their own trauma onto their friends. During this time, you have just broken out of a madman's torture chamber and are traveling the land trying to find enough gold to rescue your friend who is still in his clutches. These aren't ordinary situations to be in, and most of them are just making the best of a bad situation. Like, just imagine being Imoen getting rescued after months spent in Spellhold and finding out your buddy shacked up with the team mom. While it's certainly a situation I would advise anyone against indulging in, it certainly makes for an interesting story. Romance as a genre has become synonymous with titillation, offering either a cheap plot for porn or indulging in some weird fetish.
Yo, what?
Is anyone against indulging in? It certainly makes for an interesting story. Romance as a genre has become synonymous with titillation, offering either a cheap plot for porn or indulging in some weird fetish.
No? No? What are you talking about? What romance stories are you reading, Lily Orchard? They must not be very good ones, because that's no, that's not how romance works. Romance is just another way of getting two characters closer and having them be together and be with each other and stuff like that. Like, what do you mean it's porn or fetish stuff? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my goodness, I feel like I'm going crazy. Oh my god.
Romance as an exploration of characters, particularly characters who are in bad situations and might crack under the stress, is decidedly underrated, though these kind of stories are rare and involve pushing past the initial squick, which I don't begrudge anyone for being unable to do. This is what the phrase dark romance used to mean, and
Wait a minute, what? I feel like that is such a incorrect use of that statement. Like, dark romance isn't just not doing porn or fetish stuff. Like, it's about like doing stuff that's taboo or things that are like strange or out of the ordinary, like stuff that people on like normal people would think that's weird or something, right? Like, let me replay that. I have to see what?
under the stress is decidedly underrated, though these kind of stories are rare and involve pushing past the initial squick, which I don't begrudge. Is decidedly underrated. Characters, particularly characters who are in bad situations and might crack under the stress, is decidedly underrated, though these kind of stories are rare and involve pushing past the initial squick, which I don't begrudge anyone for being unable to do. This is what the phrase dark romance used to mean, and I used to adore it, but for different reasons than I enjoy real romance. Chihira's romance is certainly the
I don't think that's dark romance at all. Like, I'm pretty sure that's not what dark romance is. Like, dark romance is stuff like, okay, forgive me for the bad example, but dark romance is stuff like Twilight or 50 Shades of Grey or 365 Days, where you let some toxic guys sweep you off your feet and fawn all over you and fight all over you or stuff like that, or you know that you're indulging like something like not very healthy, but you're like, oh, it's so alluring. I know that it's wrong, but I must still have him. It's not like writing. It doesn't mean like writing out romances that are that actually like mean something or whatever. It means like romances that are like that have dark themes, like guys who won't take no for an answer, or toxic dudes, or something like that, right? Isn't that what dark romance means? Am I insane? Like, is that not what she said? Oh my goodness, guys, I am so confused. Like, I am so confused. Oh my goodness.
The one with the most time and effort put into it, eclipsed in content only by a single mod, and is the one the player is subtly nudged toward adore it, but for different reasons than I enjoy real romance. Chihira's romance is certainly the one with the most time and effort put into it, eclipsed in content only by a single mod, and is the one the player is subtly nudged toward given that
Eclipsed in content by a single mod? Mods don't count towards the game, Lily. Mods do not count towards what's in the official game. Am I, like, okay. Like, no matter how much you like a mod, or how much a mod adds to a character's story, that mod is not canon to the work. It is, will always, and I mean always, be canon until someone at the top of the ladder is like, hey, I want to buy your mod and the story of that mod. But that almost never happens as far as I'm aware. Because as far as I know, people are literally not allowed to do that. But content eclipsed only by a mod doesn't make any sense because the mod is not part of the game. It is a mod that you install and like that you add on willingly by choice. Am I crazy? Like, what do you mean? Oh my god. I'm definitely coming down with something.
Chihira is the only romanceable party member that starts the game in the party. And the game ignores your previous party from an imported save to put Imu and Chihira and Minsk into the party. Chihira's baggage isn't even a dark past. Her husband was a party member in the first game, then you find him dead on a table in a second. As she's grieving and looking for consolation, she rather unexpectedly ends up falling for the ward. And if you think that's weird, she does too. She spends most of the arc being extremely hesitant about it. She's not the only Baldur's Gate 1 character to be romanceable, however. Viconia can be recruited later in the game and is available as a romance option, and in my opinion, she's actually the most well-written simply by virtue of not having the baggage that the other characters have. She's mean.
What do you mean, baggage? Is seeing your dead husband on a table baggage now? Is grieving your dead husband baggage? I am so confused. I'm so confused.
And harsh and sexually aggressive, but she's also just an adult who knows what she likes. Being a drow, she comes from a militantly matriarchal society, so she only has any real respect for the player if they're difficult. If you sleep with her right away, she loses interest because you weren't a challenge. She's after someone she can fight with, and fight with well. You have to really think about her character, and lucky enough, her character is interesting and complex enough to
Wait, I just missed that. She said that Viconia is the actual adult. wouldn't that imply that everyone else is not an adult? What the heck? It's very, very clear that everyone else in the game is an adult. What do you mean? Like, because she's more assertive? Because she's more aggressive? That makes her an adult? What are you talking about?
Require thinking about. Viconia is almost like a trap for people who are just after a harsh, angry waifu. The kind of people who write revenge porn of Sylvanas Windrunner because they don't like the fact that she's mean. Indeed, she has a lot of similarities to Sylvanas. If you're too much of a simp, she loses interest. If you try to
I don't know who Sylvanas is. Explain what you mean before you explain who you're talking about before you make comparisons. Please.
play the I can fix her line, she loses interest. You have to be the kind of person that a drow woman would find attractive, which is made even more difficult because Viconia is a chaotic neutral character who was nonetheless given the alignment of neutral evil entirely because drow lore in the 2000s was really stupid and racist. RPG romance usually works by playing the ego.
Was it racist? This is a genuine question. I only know D&D 5th edition. Good night, Chris Lucy. I hope you have a good night, and thank you for joining the stream this long.
If you're nice, they like you. Viconia is one of the few examples where an expectation of success isn't present, so there are many paths where it just doesn't work out, and those paths are all equally satisfying. The same trauma-based character work isn't here, like it is with Chihira, but the trade-off is that it's a lot more difficult because Viconia isn't emotionally compromised. Viconia is the closest to a normal romance you can have in this game, and that's all the more pronounced by the fact that it isn't normal. She knows what she likes, and if you're not it, she's not interested. It's for this reason that Viconia is tied with Imoen for my favorite character in the series, because she's just so radically different from every other party member that just bantering with her is fun even if you get locked out of the romance. Then there's Aerie, and while Viconia—
Okay, I haven't played Baldur's Gate 2, so to those who have played Baldur's Gate 2, please confirm or deny if this is true, because I'm getting the strong feeling that it isn't. Really getting that feeling that it's not. Something tells me that Lily completely misread what was going on with Viconia.
Viconia felt like a trap for the kind of pathetic sack of shit whose first response to a harsh woman is, I can fix her. Aerie's romance feels like it was written by the most greasy weeb I've ever seen. Like Viconia, she'll break things off if you sleep with her too quickly, but on account of things moving too fast. And at all other times, she's a doe-eyed innocent girl who doesn't know what sex even is. Like the player, she's barely an adult, but unlike the player, she is only just starting to venture off on her own when she—
Okay, wait. Okay. If you think that she's barely an adult in terms of her character, then why are you romancing her? Like, isn't that kind of weird? If you think a character in a game and the way that they're portrayed would be considered barely an adult, why would you willingly romance them? Like, in any capacity? Like, maybe she didn't. Like, maybe she didn't, and she's just like, maybe she's not, like, super invested in this character, and she's just, like, doing this romance plot to make a point, but, I don't know, that just seemed, like, super weird. And, like, why is the main character also barely an adult? I'm pretty sure all the characters in the games are adults, right? Like, everyone is, I'm like 90% sure all the characters in all the Baldur's Gate games, the main characters and the companions at least, are well over the age of 18, right? Like, I feel like that's just blatant fact.
joins the party. Forming a relationship with Aerie is like being on the other side of the romance with Chihira, and you just feel like a predator doing it. Unfortunately—
Yo, wait, what? Dude, what do you mean? What do you mean? You feel like a predator? Why would you feel like a predator? Do you feel like a predator? Why would you feel like a predator? Oh my goodness. Like, why do you feel like a predator with this character who you admit isn't really that much of isn't really that much of an adult. Am I insane? Or is that not that feels like such a self-own. Or that feels like you're telling yourself a lot, right? Oh my god. Anyway, let's continue.
For some gamers, that is exactly what they want, a doe-eyed innocent waifu who is nothing but devoted to the player, regardless of their actions. And even people—
Wait a minute, hold up. I feel like you just contradicted yourself. Lily, you can't say that she's aggressive and will completely lose interest in you if you sleep with her once, but then say that she's an innocent, doe-eyed person who has no idea what sex is. Like, is it not one or the other? Oh my goodness. Okay, let's continue. Oh my gosh.
People who claim to have spicier taste in romance always inevitably push characters into that role. It's been the MO for villain simps for a long time. Take a character, usually a white guy, who does awful things so you can claim to like villains, and then headcanon them as a poor little meow meow because you didn't actually like villains. The last of your available suitors is also—
What she just said right there is something that fandom does. That's not a problem with the character. That's what fandom does. Is there a problem with fandom or with the character? I'm so confused, guys.
also the only available romance for a female character unless you mod the game or play the enhanced edition, Animan. That Animan is the available romance meow meow because you didn't actually like villains. The last of your available suitors is also the only available romance for a female character unless you mod the game or play the enhanced edition, Animan. That Animan is the only available option for female characters is itself a problem, and it's a problem that RPGs have had for a while as they start branching into allowing gay romance. The Mass Effect series rather notoriously had a single gay romance option per game, and for 2 of them it's just for femshep. In Mass Effect 3 it evens out to 2 for each, but for male Shepard, one of his romance options is potentially dead, and for most players he was, leaving Steve Cortez as the only romance option for a gay male Shepard. The problem is that when you only have one romance option, things get really dicey if you don't like that character. And Animan is an easy character to hate. He's a deconstruction of the Paladin archetype, and a particularly weak one at that. Like most Paladin deconstructions, he's arrogant, somewhat bigoted, and talks to you like an overenthusiastic incel. He calls you milady and goes on big speeches about righteousness.
Like, I don't think he calls you milady because he's an incel. I think he calls you milady because it's the medieval D&D setting, and that is just how people talked. It's not, he's, like, right away, like, no matter how much of a jerk he is in game, I think that's just how people talked back then, and the game is reflecting that. Good God.
Actually having a romance with this guy is just signing up to be Jaina Proudmoore. And the unfortunate truth is that Animan's romance isn't all that complicated. If you like cultish Christian boys, this is the guy for you. If you don't, you basically get to eat shit. Sometimes the game bugs out and assumes you're in a relationship with him by the time you make it a spell hold. Animan is only interesting if he fails his paladin test, at which point he's more relaxed and easygoing, and isn't such a stickler about everything. Most of his dialogue accounts for if he's passed or failed his test, except his conversations with Beamdog characters, which is a holdover from mods which tended to make Animan more insufferable.
What are you talking about? You're bringing up mods again. Lily, don't you understand that mods aren't part of the main game? Why do you keep bringing up mods like they're part of the original game experience? Like, I feel like I'm going fucking crazy. Mods are not a part of the game, no matter how much you want them to be. They are add-ons to the game to make them more fun for you. They're not, like, part of the story now just because they're part of your game. You know that they're mods because you keep bringing them up, but do you forget that the mods aren't canon? These mods aren't canon, Lily! The story and the mods aren't canon! They're just not!
Except his conversations with Beamdog characters, which is a holdover from mods which tended to make Animan more insufferable. It's a test of your patience if you have Nira or Hexat in the party, because he is just fucking disgusting. You know, a lot of characters are disgusting toward Hexat, actually. Oh, why, Lily? Because she's a vampire?
Are you trying to say that people are disgusting towards her because she's black? Okay, yeah. None of these dialogue options seem very nice and honestly seem pretty racist, but all of these are very out of context, and she's also a vampire. So okay, if the characters are racist, then they're just racist. So, and I can't really rebuke Lily for that. We can both agree that racism is bad. But why do I have a feeling that these are out of context in some way? Cause I don't know, I just don't trust Lily to be 100% honest here. Maybe if I play Baldur's Gate 2 and I experience this for myself, then excuse me. Maybe if I play Baldur's Gate 2 and I experience this for myself, then I'll be able to see the proper context and stuff. But from what I'm seeing here on screen, it seems like people don't like Hexet because she's black, and Lily and I can't agree being racist is stupid.
Lord, do I wish. Unlike Chihiro, there's no hook to get past the squig. It's just, here's your knight in shining armor, hope you enjoy being talked down to the entire game. Don't have other women in the party or shit's gonna get real gross real fast. It reeks of 2000s BioWare and of the all-male staff writers. In the Enhanced Edition, Beamdog added several new characters to the game, and while some of them had a romance enabled in Baldur's Gate 1, they don't really come into their own until Baldur's Gate 2. However, unlike the main game, their romances are decidedly thin on contact. It seems Dorn and Nira were the main focus for Beamdog. Dorn is the only real orc character you can add to your party, and Dorn himself is such a one-dimensional trope. But he's a blackguard, Baldur's Gate's version of a Death Knight, and he's just an evil guy who does evil things evilly. He's there just to fill out the roster of evil romance previously held by Viconia, and only Viconia. But in stark contrast to the rest of Baldur's Gate characters, he's deceptively simple. Viconia is a character who, if you weren't told she was neutral evil, you wouldn't have pegged her as it. You'd have probably assumed she's chaos.
Crap, the stream's paused again. Oh wait, no it's not. It's back again. Anyway, what I was going to say before the stream paused on my end, why is it a bad thing that he's simple? Sometimes characters can be simple and just be like, yeah, this dude is evil and he likes to do evil things. I have the feeling that he's not like that in the actual game, but if he is like that in the actual game, then so what? He's an evil guy, and he does evil things, and and you can romance him as an evil option. Why does it matter if he's complex or not? I know I can understand that it might be a letdown compared to Viconia, who I'm pretty sure is a more fleshed out evil romance option, but I don't know. I feel like it's fine. Who really cares, right? I don't know. I'm on pause.
Chaotic neutral. Dorn is just after power and a fight and orc. If you wanted to fuck Garrosh Hellscream, this is the guy for you. In contrast, Nira is your manic pixie dream girl, and that's it. She's every teenager's first quirky OC. And when a teenager makes that character, it's cute, but when grown men and women do it, it's just plain creepy. And fucking hell, Nira's voice acting is worse than mine. She's obnoxiously earnest and babbles a lot about nothing. Everything about her is just one big trope. Of the four, Hexat is the most bearable, but her romance is simultaneously the simplest and the shortest, which is a shame given that
Hexat is also the only romance option for gay women, and only one mod is available to remedy that. Again, mods are not part of the game! Oh my goodness. Oh my god.
I honestly feel like it had the potential to be really interesting. Given that Hexat is a vampire, she has a hard time just existing in the world without drawing conflict. But the Ward is a ball spawn who practically attracts violence wherever they go. She's a kindred spirit in this regard. I honestly think, given the Ward's legacy, that either a vampire or another ball spawn are the only people who could really relate to her on such an intimate level. So a romance with Hexat finding solace in each other as creatures that can't feasibly exist is a good idea, especially as Hexat seems to lament the fact that she was turned in the first place. But in practice, it's just, hey, do you like me? Yes. Nice. The Beamdog characters feel at times like modern D&D fandom where party members are one-dimensional and obnoxiously typecast. It feels like Beamdog thought the idea of a bard who has 19 charisma and who bangs anything that moves is a workable character and not an overdone meme. This game stands out because, as uncomfortable as things can get with the base game romance, they're at least interesting to write about. Well, Chihira's was interesting to write about, but in general, most characters in Baldur's Gate are messy, and traveling with the player has uprooted their
Yeah, of course they're gonna be messy. Cause like they're all messed up people. Like you admit that Chihira watched her husband die in front of her, and didn't you also say that Viconia comes from a civilization comes from a matriarchal civilization of women who that's like very harsh and mean and like very very rude, and that's why she's like super duper rude. Like of course these people have issues. Like is that not like very very normal to expect? I'm like oh my goodness. Oh boy.
Their lives and caused untold trauma. Even Viconia, the most stable, has her baggage. Indeed, some of the Beamdog characters suffer simply by virtue of the fact that their niche is already taken by better characters. Unless you're trying to sleep with her, there's really no reason to keep Nira in the party, unless you don't plan on taking Imoen, you monster. But even with the bad ones, a lot of them are still compelling on the basis that nobody is normal. Everyone's got baggage. The nature of Baldur's Gate 2's sparse romance means that romance mods were going to inevitably be on the table. Some original characters, some characters that are returning, and like most mods, the vast majority of them aren't very good. But 3 mods always stood out for both their high quality and notoriety, as well as the fact that they're more like character expansions in general. The first of these mods is the Hairdalis romance by Anarin and
Okay, I know I said this several times, but I'm going to say it again. Mods are not part of the main game. No matter how much you want them to be, they are not part of the main game. And there is no world or universe where they will be part of the main game just because they're popular. And like it's just you guys, it's just I can't believe this.
Rahalia, which comes with a romance and friendship path for Hairdalis, a popular bard character, and gives about 2.5 hours worth of content. It's quite good if you like Hairdalis. I mean, I don't, but a lot of people do. The second is the Dearnese romance by Jay Compton and Kulyok, which offers a romance and friendship path, and also provides 4 hours of content with Nalia Dearnese, a noblewoman who, as a character, was always on the back foot because she was meant to be a replacement for a much more popular character who was supposed to die. And the third is Imoen romance by TC.
Okay, oh my goodness. I've been told by a lot of people that this is the mod that lets you basically bang your half-sister in Baldur's Gate 2. And if that's true, why do you like this mod so much? That is so weird. Like, what am I supposed to say here? That's just super fucking weird. Like, what more do you want me to say, guys? No. I don't like the fact that you like a mod that allows you to romance your canon sister.
Dale, Israel Blar, and Vanatos that fully expands Imoen's character, gives her fully fledged party dialogue, contains both romance and friendship paths that stretch out through the entire campaign of Shadows of Amn and Throne of Ball, and more fluff moments than you could shake a stick at, and totals at about 9 hours of content.
You hadn't handed yours in, and I felt so pleased. I've done it. So I had mine. The next day, Emma comes in with all 16 pages of hers.
The Hairdalis and Dearnese romance mods are quite good if you like those characters. They offer an expansion into those characters that the game was sorely lacking, and offer an experience that fits in with the rest of the base game romance. The Imo and Romance mod comes with 6 different trigger warnings and has a squick factor that rivals Jahira.
Sorry for blowing my nose right into the microphone, but this is just insane. Just, are you gonna mention the fact that there's incest in this mod beyond the fact that like, you show the trigger warnings on screen? Are you gonna mention that? Are you gonna mention the fact that that Emily is the main character's sister? Has she mentioned this at any point in the video?
The person I always found Jahira to be the creepier of the two. Frankly, this last one has enough quick factor that rivals Jahira. The person I always found Jahira to be the creepier of the two. Frankly, this last one has enough to talk about that it warrants its own video, because like Jahira, it carries an interesting character study if you can push past the bits that weird you out. And like Viconia, it's one that carries a lot of ways to fail simply because the nature of the campaign means you're playing with fire. In all honesty, when you look at how romance in games has evolved over the years, mostly because of Mass Effect, Baldur's Gate 2 feels like such a vastly different beast. Even at their worst, the characters are all different and unique in ways that just doesn't happen in modern games, and some come with such baggage to them that as romance they creep me out, but as a story about characters making the best of a terrible situation, it compels me. I like stories about characters, especially characters in messy situations. I've loved them ever since I first played Baldur's Gate, and it's why I still hold affection for BioWare's style of storytelling. Getting to see characters in messy situations, processing their feelings, and making the best of it honestly makes some of the base game romance in Baldur's Gate, and a few of the mods available, some of the best times I've ever had with a game. And it's unique in that it never really happened again. The closest we got was maybe Garrus, but Garrus was a lot more tame. Making out with your ex-cop buddy is nothing. Making out with the team mom is like, okay, pump the brakes. How did you get to this point? I'm morbidly curious, tell me. I kinda like the fact that the more in-depth the romance is, the more bullshit it throws in your way. Games today tend to focus on romance entirely in the superficial. When Mass Effect Andromeda came out, I was streaming it, and the thing people said the most just as I was creating my character was, who are you going to bang? Like it was just inevitable. The answer was nobody, because the only character—
Were people actually asking that? Why do I feel like you're making that up?
I liked wasn't available. What I like about Baldur's Gate 2 is that even at its most strange and kinda gross, it's always an interesting look into a character. Characters like Animen and Aerie are hard passes for me because they're tropes of age like milk, but their characters are still compelling and they have their own struggles that are more complicated than just, I have a dark past. It's usually a dark present. Baldur's Gate 3 characters are like, ooh, look at me, I'm sassy and snarky like every character in everything ever. Maybe I'm hiding a dark secret. While Baldur's Gate 2—
Literally every character in Baldur's Gate, every single companion in Baldur's Gate 3 is hiding a secret. That's the whole thing. That's what leads them to the story. And like to show Astarion on screen. Why do you hate Astarion so much? What is your problem with him? Oh my goodness.
characters are like, I was tortured by a madman and had my soul ripped out of my body, and now I'm withering away and will slowly die. It was an hour ago. You were there. He's the final boss. You're never dealing with people's past. You're always dealing with their present.
Okay, okay, maybe I feel like I'm gonna sound really stupid here, but okay, how do I put this? Why is dealing with their past a bad thing? Why is that, a bad thing? Isn't it better to, slowly and steadily get their... Isn't it better to slowly and steadily get their story drip-fed to you as you get to know them throughout the story, instead of getting everything shoved down your throat all at once, just right there in front of you? Why would you want the story to be told like that? That's just so boring.
issues in the here and now that you're already aware of by virtue of the fact that you've seen it happen with your own eyes. You're not befriending someone until they tell you their tragic backstory. For one party member, rescuing them from the trauma prison of character development forms the entire first half of the game. Modern RPG romance is more focused on backstory because it's easier to write and add to a game, and as time has gone on, it's only gotten more watered down. In KOTOR, you can hear Kart's entire story and then help him find his missing son, and that takes place over most of the game. In Mass Effect 2, you chat, do the loyalty mission, and then fuck to various degrees of quality in writing. And it's only become more flanderized from there. Characters are less...
Oh, thank God the video buffered. Oh my God, guys, I don't know how long it could have taken that.
complex, less interesting, less
damn
motivated
it.
as RPG romance becomes more and more of a formality, and leans itself more and more towards being a glorified dating sim with a collection of waifus. Granted, this is something I've just accepted about RPGs. I'm not saying this is some kind of degradation of the medium. I don't even blame Larian's writing for it. If the audience wants shameless fucking with a mind flayer, the audience should get shameless fucking with a mind flayer. I just kinda wish we could also have the messy character stuff that I like, and it's just not really a thing anymore, because that's just not why RPGs include romance in the current day.
What do you mean? There is messy stuff nowadays. What normal person would willingly have sex with a tentacle monster that eats brains for sustenance? There is every single character in Baldur's Gate 3 is as messy as a children's coloring book. Very stupid metaphor, but I don't care. It's like, yo, like, there is so much mess and craziness that you can explore and help to clean up a little bit. Sometimes you can even join in on that mess. And it's great and it's awesome. What do you mean it's not there? You just didn't play it right.
C. Croshaw suggested in a video specifically about Baldur's Gate 3 that the romance seems to be included for tradition, and indeed a lot of games have come across that way. Dragon Age and Mass Effect
Included for tradition? What do you mean? What do you mean included for tradition? Like, I can't speak on behalf of Larian, because I don't work for them, obviously, but, like, even if it was included for tradition, and like, oh, it's a RPG, so you gotta have romance, who cares? It's their game! And like, romance is another narrative tool to help, like, further the story in a way. Like, to be 100% clear, you do not need to romance any of the Baldur's Gate 3 companions to further their story. You can be completely celibate through the entire game and still get good endings with all of the characters. Like, it's been a few months since I played the game, but I'm 90% sure that's true. You don't have to have sex or even have romances with anybody. You can just be friends. Romance is not necessary to play Baldur's Gate 3. It's just a part of it. And like, it's like you're taking the memes of this game being a dating sim seriously. It's just so weird.
Andromeda certainly do, because you never get to have a real connection with someone, and it never really felt like they have any real ideas. Indeed, I always get this vibe from any game where almost every party member is bisexual by default, because it's the purest form of formality. Having characters with gender preferences is understandably frustrating if you like a character and they're only straight, but on the other hand, it tells me that they actually thought about how this character thinks and feels about things. There's a crewmate in Mass Effect 3, Samantha Trainer, who is explicitly gay and
I don't understand why it's bad that that some characters in RPG games are bisexual by default. Like, sure, I can understand the argument that it makes them less realistic and less like real characters, because like, oh, they're like anybody, and am I not flesh them out enough or something like that, and like it might just be like it might just be for the player's sake and not for the character's sake, but at the same time, who cares if it's for the character's sake? Who cares if it's for who cares if it's for the player's sake? The player is the one playing the game. If I was going to play a game and the game had romance options and I wasn't able to romance as many people as I could, then I'm gonna be pissed about it in some capacity. Cause like I don't know. I don't know how to properly explain myself. I just don't see this as a bad thing. Like, is it really that bad that Sometimes characters are bisexual by default. Who cares?
Hooks up with Shepard during a chess game. But if Shepard is male, this happens.
And the other is interested in playing another game.
Such as? Oh.
Hey, I'm sorry. You seemed interested.
Oh, no, I apologize. I try to be friendly, but you're not really my type. Remember how I liked Edie's voice?
Oh. Sorry. I didn't realize.
Not at all. I can't wait to tell my friends that I broke Commander Shepard's heart and crushed him at chess.
Oh, really?
Unless you'd like to try to reclaim your honor.
Hell yes.
This is cute, especially given that Shepard just takes rejection on the chin. This feels far more like a character with her own wants and desires, as much as it might.
So, she just... Okay, maybe I'm misreading that scene wrong, but it just seemed like she just said, hey. It just seemed like she was just like, hey, I'm gay, actually. And that was it. How is that? How is that deep or compelling or anything like that? Like, sure, it's neat trivia, I guess, but how does that, like, further her character or her progression as a person? Like, seriously, am I missing something?
Be frustrating that I can't romance Viconia as a woman. Her sexuality is built into her character. She has thoughts and feelings on the matter. It works, and it's good because these are characters in a role-playing game, not a glorified dating sim. What's always bothered me, and will continue to bother me, is that kind of messy character stuff where you have to push past the squick to get to an interesting story about people that's less about player titillation and more about wanting these characters to be okay, has a version of itself that is almost perfect. But its squick factor is so high that not even Larian's Mind Flayer and Bear Sex come close to it, and it's the only one of its kind, so it's either deal with that problem or you're shit out of luck. Maybe I'll do a video on it. I guess I just miss long character stories. I wish RPG characters weren't designed to be pinups first and characters second.
Long character stories? Baldur's Gate 3 is an unbelievably long game! Like, I don't think you can speed run this game without getting at least, getting hours into the double digits. This game will take up so many hours of your life. Like I said a few hours ago, I have 460 hours in this game, and I'm still finding out new things about it to this day. And who cares if the characters are hot? They are characters, they're characters in an RPG world. They're gonna be, am I crazy to assume that they're gonna be conventionally attractive? And why does that matter if why does it matter if they're conventionally attractive? Why is that a bad thing? You're saying that it's bad that they're like pinups first and that they're treated as sex objects first or something like that. But they're not. I don't think you paid attention to the story. It's just so weird. Lily, you are a very confusing lady.
All the time. I wish more thought was put into it other than, hey, you want to fuck the tentacle guy? Lily, it kind of sounds like you want the video game version of Shape of Water, but like the actual movie and not the fish fucking memes made out of it. Yes, there it is, that's it. Fuck, why'd that take me so long?
Well, that was really stupid, and I feel like my brain is going to explode. But, surprisingly, I don't think this is the right video, as insane as that sounds. The video which my thumbnail is based on, I'm gonna have to do some more searching, but I have a strong feeling that something happened, but let's move on to this video. But first, bathroom break. Be right back.
Hey,
Welcome back, everyone. I am definitely very, very sick. I can feel myself getting a little bit more ill, but I'm not gonna let that stop me. I have rage bait to rage myself on, as silly as that sounds. And you guys came here to watch me scream about someone's bad takes about a game I like. And I think I finally found it. Probably. I think. Oh boy. Oh jeez. I am really, really cold. Might need another blanket. But don't worry, I'm fine. Okay, so good news. Okay. Bad news first and good news first. Bad news is I thought I had lost the video of Lily reacting to Baldur's Gate 3. However, I think I found it, and I think it's this one, and I'm going to react to it. And the reason why I think it's this one is because when I clicked over the playhead, there's a lot of Baldur's Gate 3 footage. So, I think we found the video. In the case it's not the video, I'll just watch Crispy Tavern's video on Lily's video on Baldur's Gate 3. Lily is not getting away from me that easily. I will gladly take the opportunity to yell and scream about the things I like. And nothing will stop me. Oh boy, I'm really, really cold. Oh jeez. It's okay. I'm fine. Oh god. Oh, I might need another sweater. Ugh. The chat is slow. The video is slow, as per usual. Everything is slow, as per usual. But things are looking up-ish. Jeez. Oh, jeez. Okay. Don't worry, guys. I'm gonna be fine. I just got the shakes. Let me just type in the chat for a second. Okay. Oh, there we go. There you go. The stream finally caught up, at least a little bit. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to react to the What Your Baldur's Gate Romance Says About You video first, because I feel like it will be a hint toward this video, if this is a video that I'm thinking about. And then I will watch this video. Yeah, first this video, then that video. Hopefully it's the right video. In the case it's not, we got a backup plan because Crispy Tavern is awesome. Oh man, I should not have done this while I had a cold. Oh jeez. We're gonna be fine, guys. We're gonna be just fine. Who knows? Maybe you like it when I sound super, super sick. Alright. Unfortunately, we must continue.
What your preferred Baldur's Gate romance says about you, but it's every character in the series, weeb. You're still
Wait a minute.
Gate romance says about you, but it's every character in the series, weeb.
If you like Aerie, you're a weeb? This does not bode well. It feels so weird to say that if you like her, you're a weeb. Considering what you said before. Good God.
You're still a weeb, but the kind
Wait, isn't this the same person?
people can actually bear to be within 50 feet of in public.
Oh my God. Please, 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 I need at least 360p. I need to actually be able to see what I'm looking at. Wait a minute. Hold up. What does that say at the bottom?
Character in the series, weeb.
Pre-character development. If you like Aerie before she goes through character development, you're a weeb. Why is that a bad thing? I'm confused.
You're still a weeb, but the kind people can actually bear to be within 50 feet of in public. You're a lesbian in the deep south who married a gay guy for the
Huh? Why? Wait a minute. Modded romance? Why are you counting modded romances? I was screaming about this shit earlier. You can't count modded romances because mods are not part of the canon. You can't count romances that aren't canon to the game. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Guys, I'm gonna go insane.
cover. You play Enhanced Edition. I mean, come on. Why?
Wait a minute. What your Baldur's Gate romance says about you, but she's unromanceable. Why is Alora in this video? Did I miss something? Guys, I'm just so lost.
Why else did you take Alora that late in the game? You're that bitch who says she likes spicy romance, but everything you recommend is just guys being boringly misogynistic. Every other abuse victim companion in Baldur's Gate 3 had just a little too much color for your life.
Okay. I'm gonna be a little bit spicy right now, but fuck you. I don't know if it's because it's midnight right now, or if it's because I'm really tired, or if it's because I'm really sick, but fuck you. Like, genuinely, fuck you. Do I need to say more than that? Fuck off. What the hell are you talking about? Like, oh my goodness. You actually cannot be serious. Guys, I just can't. What the hell do I say? Like, I have no words. I need to sit back for a second and just take that in, because what the fuck? What the fuck? I can't tell if I'm shaking because I'm cold or if because I'm mad. This genuinely feels so fucking racist. Am I insane? I don't like assuming things about people, but this just feels completely nuts. Oh my god. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh my god. What the fuck? What the hell? What the fuck? Anyway, let's continue.
Liking. I think after Commander Shepard, you were just so surprised to learn that Mark Muir can actually act that you just stopped thinking about anything else.
Oh my god. You cannot. If you, okay, this one, you literally said you forgot who she is. And then, at the bottom here, it says she is a modded romance. You cannot count modded romances that aren't canon to the game! Oh my god. I'm gonna wake up my parents every single time I say that. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. I'm tweaking out right now.
In high school, you lost your best friend because you dated the guy who beat him up. You don't have daddy issues per se, but you do exclusively date men who cause daddy issues. You're hungry, do you? Do you really want to fuck Corin? Look at this guy. He looks like if you told him to talk dirty to you, he'd say, "You're gonna get it." You are 13.
And Corin is a modded romance! Am I insane? Oh my goodness! Guys, I feel like I'm going crazy! Diner, who is also a modded romance. Like, sure, give credit to mods. Mods are cool. But you can't treat them like they're the actual part of the game. That's not how games work. Like, oh my goodness.
No notes, you have impeccable taste. You also call people simians. Granted, not everyone like Edwin does, but your ultimate sexual fantasy is to be robbed in the middle of the night. Girl, look at those talons. There's masochism, and then there's a cry for help.
Who cares if people like sharp claws? Like, am I crazy? I feel like I'm going nuts. I feel like I'm going bonkers.
Look, if you're going to get a sugar baby, it has to be a rescue.
What does that even mean? What does that mean? How are you a sugar baby to Gale? Like, I feel like you would be Gale's sugar baby in the game, considering who he is. It's just, oh my goodness. Like, Gale is a well-renowned wizard and has a whole ass tower that belongs to him in Waterdeep, full of magic treasure that, granted, he kind of sucks the magic out of, but still, he has a full-on magic, he is a well-renowned wizard. He has a full-on magic tower in Waterdeep. He is well-respected by, like, a ton of people, and he's a sugar baby? Like, is this a reference to the fact that his relationship with Mystra is really, really one-sided and really, really toxic? Cause if you're calling Gale Mistra's sugar baby, that is super weird. Like, oh my goodness!
This guy kind of looks like the prince from Sleeping Beauty.
You know, the creepy one, right?
Bears! Oh no, you misunderstood. I'm into opossums. Yes, that is what tieflings used to look like. Just a renaissance look at Mr. Tumnus. You had a crush on your teacher in college. How'd you get over him? You didn't. You got under him.
Okay. I hate to say it, but Lily got me there. I hate to give credit where credit is due, because this entire stream has been me suffering, but some of my teachers in high school were kind of kind of nice to look at, and I am not proud of myself for having a thing for Halcyon like men. But at the same time, I was a dumbass high schooler, and I refuse to give Lily credit for making a funny joke.
Oh, hey, Beamdog. Another unrepentantly evil character with dark skin. You shouldn't have. You really shouldn't have.
Wait a minute! What do you mean? I thought you liked her! Guys, am I crazy? I thought she was saying that she loved this character, and that even though her romance wasn't that fleshed out, she still liked her a lot. Why are you dissing her now? I am so confused. I am shaking and I'm confused, guys.
The childhood best friend. It's a classic. You can't really go wrong with... Wait, hang on. BioWare, what are you making that kill?
You can't count Evelyn! You can't count Evelyn! One, it's a mod, and two, she is your sister! She is your sister! Why are you so obsessed with Evelyn? Why? Why? Oh my god. I really hope this is entertaining for you guys, because this is actually really, really weird to watch fold out on screen. This is, actually insane. God. The fact that I have a cold is not helping.
Gesture 4. Something Oedipus. Not to judge your thing for short hairy guys, but you know you only need one thief and you're getting the best one pretty soon, right? You used to have a crush on Gimli, but then the actor turned out to be a bigot, so now you're just making do. You really appreciate the one writer at Larian Studios who has a normal fucking relationship with their immediate family.
What do you mean by that? Sorry, guys. Blowing my nose again. But what are you talking about? The one normal relationship with their immediate family. I would argue, are you trying to say that Karlak has a normal romance option? I would argue that Will is the more normal of the romance options, considering that Karlak is she's on a ticking time bomb for the entire game. And that is very explicit in her romance, and you can't touch her for ages. I don't think you can touch her properly until Act 2. Okay, you can't properly touch her until Act 2. And it's just, and you go on a date with her, and it's cute, but you still can't touch her. And it's very, very obvious that she hates the fact that you can't physically touch and have intimacy and all that. And it sucks for both of you. And then when you finally can touch, it's awesome and it's great. And you both love that. And Karlak really likes it. And it's just so awesome and nice and beautiful. And I'll be completely honest. I am mostly going off of my friendship with Karlak. Because, in case you don't know, because it's not very obvious, I am a gay man. Very, very gay. Women are awesome. I can like them sometimes, but sometimes they're just not my thing. Karlak is awesome, but she was just not for me. So I'm saying all of this from the perspective of her romance, and as someone who has poured over every single dialogue option via playthroughs other people have played. So I played her romance. No, dang it. I've watched all of her romance dialogue options, and I played through her friendship multiple times. She is not the normal one. I would say Will is the normal one. What are you talking about?
Electra Complex. You are Jaheira. You have more than once told your husband not to shower when he got home from work. You've always dreamed of being the other woman. You like mean girls. Why? Because you have terrible self-worth and you think you deserve to be treated like garbage, but you hide it under only half-joking step-on-me remarks.
What are you talking about? Oh my god. Oh my god. like, yeah, like Zell is very, very mean and rude, but that's just how she was raised. That's like the entire Gith Yankee society. When you meet other Gith Yankees in Act 2, you see how fucking brutal they are, and how awful they are to each other. Lae'zel, by comparison to other Giths, is a very nice person, and very, very sweet. Like, and keep in mind, I'm saying in comparison. She's just, like, I would argue that she's just, like, very, very blunt or socially awkward at times. Like, what are you talking about? I can't.
You're gay, but I mean, Animan's vibe kind of does it for you. Your first love will be Kronk, and your last love will be Kronk. If a woman speaks to you in a smooth, silky voice like warm honey massaging your ear, you will completely miss the fact that this absolute moron is talking to you about how horse dewormer can cure COVID.
I have no idea what you mean by this. I mean, I seriously have no idea what you mean by this. Like, is this in reference to the fact that Minthara is basically evil all the time and she wants to join the Absolute until she finds out that they've been using her, and then she wants to rebel because fuck the Absolute for using her and stuff? Like, what is this comparison?
An older woman once called you sugar, and you've never been the same since. Still on that Danny DeVito phase, eh? This is just Imoen with the serial numbers filed off. See Nalia. I hope you didn't choose Smash on Aerie, otherwise this is gonna get really weird really fast. You have the most lame boyfriend in the world, and you hype him up like crazy. See Nira. There's nothing really funny going on here. The voice of Captain Gantu just does it for you. You're the reason MILF is a slur discourse exists. You are a lesbian with the worst gaydar in the fucking universe. You have
What?
a paid subscription to Stable Diffusion.
Stable Diffusion? Wait a minute, isn't that the AI generation thing? When was this video released? Like a year ago. Lily, are you saying that people who like Shadowheart as their main Baldur's Gate romance choice just generate AI porn of her? Am I insane? Is that not what she's saying right now? Guys, what am I supposed to say? Like, I am trying so hard to be as gracious as possible with these videos, but I feel like that's what she's saying right now. What else could she be implying? Oh my goodness!
Don't lie, we all know. If only you could find a rich girl with shit taste in men, you'd be set for fucking life. Bratty sub, bratty sub, bratty sub, bratty sub, bratty sub. You'll take a job from the police to track someone down, and when you find him, you go, they're on to you, run for it! You always say, I can fix her, but someone has yet to fix you first. Oh, I forgot this guy was a companion. Honest Furry. You are the only one who plays Baldur's Gate 3 and doesn't have serious psychological damage they're using video games to avoid thinking about.
Yo, what? What do you mean? Oh my god, man. Like, wait, guys, what do I even say? What do I say? What are you talking about? Is this, I feel like she's implying that Will is so boring that you have to engage with the game and like actually like engage with it beyond just romance stuff. But in a previous video, this messy origin of RPG romance video, you were saying that Will was a great character and way better than Astarion. What am I watching? What am I doing? What is this?
Avoid thinking about. When other people say, I can fix him, they're talking about a serial killer. When you say it, you're talking about the guy who doesn't go outside or showers. I refuse to believe anyone willingly wants to fuck Jar. Shut up, you don't exist, stop lying. Oh god, how many fucking bearded dwarves are in this game?
What do you mean, how many bearded dwarves are in this game? It's an RPG setting. It's D&D. Bearded dwarves are everywhere. It'd be weird if there wasn't bearded dwarves. What are you talking about? Guys, I feel like I'm going crazy. Oh my god. Oh my god, I wanna go inside. Oh my god, I have the shakes.
You're the kind of guy who picks up hitchhikers in the middle of the night on the freeway.
So, that was the video. Oh my goodness, what the hell? What the actual fuck was that? That was 3 minutes and 34 seconds of bullshit. Like, guys, some of the stuff she said was just, the stuff she said about the Baldur's Gate 3 companions are just so gross. I feel like she was downright racist about Astarion. She was she sexualized Shadowheart for no reason. She basically implied Will was super boring, even though she said that he was one of the best characters before. It's like, yo, I feel like I'm about to have an aneurysm. Okay, so that's all the videos in this playlist, excluding that one. I refuse to click that one. Oh my god, it is 12. It's midnight. It's midnight, guys. And now we have Games Gone Player Sexual, which I assume is the video of Lily slandering Baldur's Gate 3. And if it is the video, then I am going to have a fun time. Actually, no. Let me rephrase that. You guys are going to have a fun time. I am going to feel like I have my brain melting from my ears. Oh man. Oh man. Oh my gosh. Maybe I should have more water. Now, the main reason why I think that this is the video I was initially searching for is because when I scroll over the playhead, there's a lot of Baldur's Gate 3 footage. And like I said before, in case this isn't a video, I will go to Crispy Tavern's video on Lily Orchard's video and just skip to the parts where Lily talks. I know it won't be as satisfying, and for that I apologize. However, I feel like it's a good compromise. How are, like, half of these companions when they're either unromanceable or modded? Yeah, Peru, that's a good question. Oh my god, I didn't even think of that. Oh my god. It's like she forgets that mods are canon to the story. That just annoys me so much for so many reasons that I can't get into right now because, my back. Oh no. Yep, my body is sore. I am definitely sick. But who cares? Not the time for that. It's time to watch a video that will probably bring me a lot of pain. 11 months ago. Okay, this was 11 months ago. When was Crispy Tavern's video uploaded? Also 11 months ago. Okay, so the timing lines up. So I think this might be the video. Oh my gosh. Okay. We can do this, guys. And play.
Hey, CD, can you, tell us your favorite RPG romance? Not unless everyone gets real cool about a bunch of stuff really quickly.
What is that supposed to mean?
I think it's safe to say that optional romance in RPGs has gone from side content to the most prominent feature in the game. So much so that not only is it often the first question asked when a character-driven RPG is announced, but if a game doesn't have it, people get pissy. I've always had mixed feelings about this. On the one
Okay, so when she suggested that people get pissy. Now, I can't speak for people as a whole, obviously. But the reason that I get pissy is because when you present a game to me that is all about choice and roleplay and has you can make a whole bunch of choices and your choices really matter and you gotta choose carefully and stuff. And if that option doesn't apply to romance, then it's I feel like you're making a bad RPG. I just feel like it just feels like you're limiting yourself just for no reason. Like I said a while ago, I personally don't care if the characters in a RPG game are bisexual by default, because I think it would enhance, like, it would help enhance the story, and it's actually cool, and it gives them more opportunities instead of limiting them by just having the characters like walk up on screen and be like, I'm gay or I'm bisexual, and then just leaving. And I think I don't know, I just think it'd be better for like the players and the characters to like subtly imply what they're into instead of just being all upfront about it and stuff like that. But whatever. Okay.
On one hand, I adore a good love story. Character relationships are more important than literally everything else in a story from my point of view. But on the other hand, RPG romance has always left me feeling a touch cold and uninterested. While the concept of optional romance always fascinated me, rarely did that ever end up with me taking one of those options, because the following sequence usually occurs. 1, I look up the romance.
Okay. 480p. Can't see anything. Okay. Now I can see stuff.
End up with me taking one. Cold and uninterested. While the concept of optional romance always fascinated me, rarely ever end up with me taking one of those options, because the following sequence usually occurs. 1, I look up the romance options and go, oh, they look cool. And 2, I get in game and they're completely insufferable and I want them out of the party immediately. So it was often a rare instance where
Why would you look up the romance option in a game? Why not? Why wouldn't you want to find out naturally? I feel like that's just robbing yourself of, like, the experience, right? Whatever.
ever bothered with romance, and last year when I was doing a project, them out of the party immediately. So it was often a rare instance where I ever bothered with romance, and last year when I was doing a project on the entire Dragon Age series, I straight up forgot romance was even in half of the games, largely because I intensely disliked the companions my characters were able to romance to begin with. But the 1-2 punch of Baldur's Gate 3 and Dragon Age Veilguard bringing romance as a discussion to the forefront has left me pondering the subject, particularly one rather notorious aspect of both games, and that is player sexual characters. For those who just crawled out of their hobbit hole, or who have been playing multiplayer-only games for the last 20 years, player sexual refers to a state where an RPG.
Oh my goodness. I feel like people, why do you have to demean people who don't know what that means? Like people who just crawled out of their hidey hole. I feel like people who live in internet holes would 100% know what that means. Like if you go to a random person on the street and ask them, hey, what's a player sexual companion? They would have no idea what you're talking about. And why would they? That sounds like nuts.
Their hobbit hole, or who have been playing multiplayer-only games for the last 20 years, player sexual refers to a state where an RPG has optional romance and every romanceable character is available regardless of race, gender, morality, and story decisions. In most cases, the only way to permanently lock off a romance is to deliberately kill the character or end their companion quests on unfavorable terms. At no point, once you create the character, are romance options locked off. This is most prominent in Dragon Age 2, Pillars of Eternity 2, Baldur's Gate 3, and Dragon Age Veilguard. There may be others, but
No, I don't count the Persona games because the player character is always a set character a la Final Fantasy or Kingdom Hearts. Okay, I don't know what that means because I haven't played Final Fantasy or Kingdom Hearts, but again, I don't see this as a bad thing because I feel like having all the companions be bisexual by default can, like, expand their stories more versus just having them be straight or gay or one set sexuality. And what if the game developers intend for the characters to have set sexualities where they like everybody? Like, Astarion is canonically pansexual. Like, that's just how he is. There's nothing wrong with that. And Halsin is 100% pansexual, or at the very least, bisexual in some sense. Like, he says that he's had, like, a whole bunch of lovers in the past. It's, like, you're telling me all those lovers were women? What's the matter with that?
Haven't played literally every RPG on the planet. Dragon Age 2 was the earliest example, as of the 10 companions available.
I know. Video paused.
The earliest example, as of the 10 companions available, 5 were romanceable and all of them were bisexual and or bereft of the usual prejudices that would have made Hawk unable to even go near them. To Dragon Age 2's credit, the other 5 are unromanceable for extremely good reasons that even BioWare would have had a hard time getting past. Dragon Age 2 was actually heavily criticized back in the day, largely by Chud shrieking about the gays, but even by some LGBT people who felt that every romanceable companion being bisexual was
Lily made this video around the time people were really putting her on blast for wanting the character sister from Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 to be a romantic partner. Dude, what? Oh my god. Oh my god.
exploitative, as if the only reason for bisexual characters to exist is a big ol' fuck party. The environment around
No, that's not why. It's so players can have more choice in a choice-driven game. That's just... Oh my god. Do you not understand what role-playing game means? If I can't role-play a romance with a character, then I'm gonna be mad about it because that's... I feel like that would be false advertising. Good god.
around the games industry at the time played a factor in this. People inside and outside the industry were trying to push away from incessant horniness and blatant objectification. There was a strong desire for video games to be taken more seriously, and juvenile shit like this was considered to be passé at best. We didn't just want the girls to fuck, we wanted the girls to have fully developed character arcs. That's not really the case anymore. There's just as many people now arguing for shallow
Okay, guys. Sorry about that. My mom said that I was being pretty loud, so I'm gonna do my best to, be a little bit more quiet. Be quiet and calm because it is midnight and nearing 1 in the morning.
gooning as a virtue, as there are people arguing otherwise. Player sexual characters are a mixed bag, to say the least. Some people like them because it maximizes player choice and means you can snuggle up to any hottie you like. Others dislike it specifically because it reduces characters down to romanceable archetypes like a visual novel dating sim.
No, it doesn't. What are you talking about? Like, it does not reduce characters to their sexuality. I feel like you're reducing them to their sexuality at that point, right? Like, okay. It's like, why is it that when a character in a game is bisexual, you're all of a sudden like, oh well, now they're just bisexual and they're just a character for they're just a character no, they're just an object for the main character to fuck. Like, that's not the game doing that, right? That is you. You are doing that. That is you. That is only you. And it is weird that you are doing that. Good lord.
Player sexual companions is one of those points where games as art actively comes into conflict with the notion of games as toys for play. It is inherently restricting and often leads to characters being weaker and less nuanced as a result of them all needing to be sexually appealing.
No, it doesn't. They don't even need to be sexually appealing. Like, Lily, have you ever heard of monster fuckers? Or, like, have you, have you ever heard of monster fuckers or the other companions or people you meet in Baldur's Gate 3? I've seen people go to town for Barkus Root and the mushroom spore people in the Underdark and freaking Cassador for God knows what reason, and so many other characters. I've seen people go back for Gortat and Orin the Red. Like, you don't need to be like, okay, granted, none of those are companions, but you don't need to be sexually like attractive or even like conventionally attractive to want players to be interested. You just have to have a nice personality and like a really cool story. Like, I feel like you're the one reducing the characters to their sexuality here because you're like, oh the characters are just bisexual now, so we just have to fuck them and do nothing else with them. If you pay attention to their story, then like, you see that there's so much more to them beyond that. That's so weird. Oh my god.
It also means that if you set out to make every character romanceable and available to the player at all times, you inherently exclude literally some of the best companions ever made.
You say one of the best companions ever made in terms of romanceable characters, and one of these characters is the half-sister of the main character. Why do you keep bringing up the half-sister as a romanceable character? That is weird. Oh my lord.
In any game ever. It's hard to do characters like Imoen or Mission or Kreia or Morden in an environment where if someone really likes them and they aren't romanceable, they start whining and moaning. People aren't blind to this either. Player sexual is practically a dirty word. It's an inherent criticism, which is why a common response I've seen from developers
is it? What are you talking about? When has this ever happened? What do you mean? Like, name one instance or show people actually being pissed off about this. Like, am I crazy? Is she just making this up?
Especially in the case of Baldur's Gate 3 and Veilguard, is, well, our companions are all canonically pansexual or bisexual, so we reject the label of player sexual. I have an issue with this on two fronts. One, player sexual is a criticism reflecting that the characters are designed to be pinups and playthings first.
No, it's not. It's just a way of... Is it a criticism? Is it a valid... And if it is a criticism, is it a valid criticism? Why is it a bad thing that people want to romance as many characters as they want? Why is it bad to have restrictions? Like, am I crazy?
And characters second. So the idea that you can just reject it like a genre label is strange, to say the least. Two, the idea that you can head off claims of being player sexual by saying everyone's canonically pan is weird, because pansexuality is not the opposite of player sexual, it's a prerequisite.
What do you mean a prerequisite? What are you talking about? Why is it a bad thing if all the characters that you can romance in the game are pansexual? What's your problem with pansexual people? What's your problem with bisexual people, Lily? Like, seriously, woman, what is your problem with bisexual people? I am so for real. Like, do you have a problem with pansexual people? And what do you mean a prerequisite? What does that even mean in this context?
If Mass Effect 3 let male Shepard sleep with Trainer, despite it being established that she's gay through the sheer power of main character, we wouldn't call that player sexual, we'd call that violently homophobic, or Fire Emblem.
Oh my god, man. That's such a bad example. Okay, so like Shepard not sleeping with, what was her name? Trainer, because she's a lesbian. Shepard being able to sleep with Trainer because she's player sexual. Like, that's not, like, this is not homophobia. What are you talking about? You're trying to claim something that isn't there. Like, oh my goodness. I don't even know how to articulate myself properly because this is so stupid. Like, okay, if an established lesbian character says no to a male character, and the male character is like, well, I still want to sleep with you, and yeah, that is, like, not great. But that's not what happens in the game. And the example you provided of Shepard still sleeping with a woman character after they literally said, "Hey, I'm a lesbian." Like that wouldn't just be that wouldn't just be homophobic. That would be leading into like rape territory, right? Like, guys, I'm trying so hard to articulate myself properly, but this example is just so dumb. I don't know how to like properly explain what I'm thinking. It's like, oh my god. Okay. Like, it's like you're saying that after Trainer announces that she's lesbian and then chooses to sleep with Shepard, that would be saying that she's player sexual. But that's not the case at all. She said that she's a lesbian. Why would the creators of Mass Effect say that and then let her sleep with a man unless it's for a really bad reason? Like, does that happen in the game? Am I insane? Oh my god, I feel like I have to move on because my brain hurts.
See, what player sexual fundamentally means is the developer going far out of its way to avoid saying no to the player regarding cheap visceral thrills. So any possibility for an incompatible orientation, or a difference in taste, or pre-existing relationships getting in the way are all quietly shunted aside. It's extremely difficult to permanently and irrevocably lock off a romance entirely unless you do something so beyond the realm of acceptable that the writers can't reliably ignore it.
It's not, oh my god, it's not about refusing to develop characters by giving them like pre-established relationships or anything like that. Characters in Baldur's Gate 3 have pre-established relationships. We just don't see them because the ones we don't see aren't that important to the story. The reason why all the companions are quote unquote player sexual is to give the player more choice. Like, I generally don't understand how that's a bad thing. I know I'm repeating myself a lot, and I'm sorry, but I am just so confused. I've never done something like this before, so, like, forgive me for being so weird about it, but this is just nuts. This is so weird.
In Baldur's Gate 3, not only is every companion save Minsk and Chihiro romanceable, but the companions listed as origin companions all have effectively the same story, so that they can be slotted in and out of...
Yo, what? The fuck did you just say? I'm sorry, same story? You did not just say the same story. What is it about Gale who has a magic nuclear bomb in his chest? What does he have in common with Will, who sold his soul to a devil? What does Astarion, a vampire transformed against his will 200 years ago, have in common with Lae'zel, a brainwashed soldier trained to fight for a Lich Queen? What the fuck did you just say? Like, no? Did you play the game? These characters could not be more different. That is a full-on bold-faced lie. Oh my god. That is just... If you seriously think that all of the characters have the same backstory, then you did not play the game right. You play with your eyes closed and your ears plugged, and you might just be a little bit stupid.
Companions listed as origin companions all have effectively the same story, so that they can be slotted in and out of cutscenes at will, and the game makes it so that the only way to lock off their romance is to kill them or side against the druid.
No! What do you mean lock off their what do you mean? That's not how it works at all. Okay, wait, did I mishear her again?
And the game makes it so that the only way to lock off their romance is to kill them or side against the druid enclave in the first act. If you're a
That's not how that... No, that's not how that works at all. If you... Oh my goodness, okay. you can very easily botch the romances in Baldur's Gate 3, and I know that because I've done it at least a few times. If you don't travel the world in Baldur's Gate 3 and search for quest items and go on quests and help people or harm people, and if you don't do that, and if you don't explore, then and if you don't do that and you don't explore, then you're not going to be able to develop the characters. The way that you develop your romances in Baldur's Gate 3 is a combination of camp sit downs, aka camp cutscenes, and the quests that you have while you're traversing the overworld. And if you leave and there are certain cases where if you leave a companion at the camp while you go to a place with their quest, you will be locked out of their quest line and you won't be able to further a romance with them. Like, take Astarion, for example. I experienced this in my first playthrough. I romanced Astarion and did all of his missions all through Act 1, but I neglected him in Act 2. So in Act 3, he broke up with me because I forgot to play his storyline in Act 2. All because I forgot to talk to a specific NPC in a specific room in Moonrise Towers. Because of that, I missed out on a special character moment. And there are so many moments like that with the other romanceable characters. It is insane to me that Lily is just blatantly lying. Did you play the game? What do you mean? You can't just go on a quest and not, you can't just, oh my goodness. You can't just go on a quest and not bring the quest companion with you because you're going to be locked out of it. This is just a bold-faced lie. It's just not true. Oh my goodness. I should not have done this at 1 a.m.
Dark Urge, you could permanently lock off your romance with Minthara by resisting Baal's influence because Minthara chases power to her own detriment. But players cried about the very idea of consequences, so it was removed. That's it. Kill them, become a straight-up villain, or take a decision the party's resident dumbfuck disagrees with before a patch.
You don't have to kill them to lock off their romance. It is very, very easy to not have romances in this game. You can turn down people. I didn't even mention this. You can turn down people who come onto you several times. Lae'zel in my third or fourth playthrough was like, "Hey, do you want to have sex with me?" And I'm like, "No, thank you." And she was like, "Oh man, you're missing out." And Gale in his romance scene in Act 2 is like, "Hey, I like you. Do you like me?" And I was like, "No." And he was like, "Oh man, but I understand." No, that's not how it works. That's not how that works at all. And you are just blatantly misunderstanding what is being shown to you and what you are playing. It's just so weird.
Taking it out. Outside of that, not only is it extremely easy to maintain a romance, the game is weirdly pushy about making sure you do. If you don't have a relationship
What do you mean?
Wither starts pestering you about it, and
he makes he makes one snide comment about you being alone, and that's because Withers is a badass. And if that's the definition of pestering, then that's not pestering. That's just the game being snarky.
even your Dream Guardian tries to get in your pants, which was very weird for me because I'd made the Dream Guardian look like my character's mother. Come on,
Yo, what?
Baldur, and this is not that kind of game. Actually, no, I guess it is that kind of game. Now, Baldur's Gate...
Dude, what? The Dream Guardian tries to sleep with you in order to manipulate you. It is so obvious that is what's happening. I feel like I'm being tossed around in a blender right now, guys. This feels insane.
3 is not shy about the fact that it's player sexual. Larian sure is, making the same canonically pansexual argument a lot of people try to make, but the game itself is one big horny fiesta. Characters are all...
What do you mean? No, it's not. Only three characters are into polyamory. Like, oh my god, I feel like I'm going crazy. And if you think that it is like that, either you played the game wrong and you played with a mod, or you just played it wrong and you didn't pay attention. Either way, you played it wrong.
Often weirdly flirtatious, and the only one for whom it makes sense to do so is Astarion, because he's a vampire. Seducing someone is how you get easy access to their neck, and
Yo, wait, hold up. Let me watch that again.
to do so is Astarion. Characters are often weirdly flirtatious, and
You're saying that characters are weirdly flirtatious, while Karlach is literally saying, the minute I set foot back in Avernus, Zariel will force me back into service. I'm not doing her bidding again. I'd rather die. What is flirtatious about this dialogue? Am I insane? Like, what is flirtatious about this to you? Is this supposed to be an example? Like, give me an example of what you're talking about. And if this is the example, then you have some really, really, really weird things going on in your head if you think that this is supposed to be flirtatious.
the only one for whom it makes sense to do so is Astarion, because he's a vampire. Seducing someone is how you get easy access to their neck, and vampires have metaphorically played double duty as sexual predator and leeching billionaire.
Yo, what the hell? A group of vampires is called an Epstein list? Dude, what? Okay, okay. I need to... Yeah, Astarion tries to seduce you so he can use you, but it's very clear as the game goes on and you get closer to him that he doesn't want to do that anymore because he becomes your friend, and if you want to, your lover. Like, oh my god.
For whom it makes sense to do so is Astarion, because he's a vampire. Seducing someone is how you get easy access to their neck.
And like, I don't know. I do not like the idea that because he's a vampire, he has to, like, oh my goodness. This is what the thumbnail referred to. Are you trying to say that Astarion being a vampire meant that he should have, like, been... Are you trying to say that Astarion being a vampire means that it makes sense that he's flirtatious? First of all, this is all an act. All of his flirtatious nonsense is him putting up a front with you, and him, like, pretending, and him pretending and not to, like, being truthful with you, but he becomes more honest and open with you the more you progress the story and actually treat him like a person. He's not just all about sex. It's pretty clear that he actually doesn't really like sex that much. At least, like, in the beginning of the game, he just sees it as a way to further use you. So what do you mean it makes sense for him to be seductive and all, like, to be seductive just because he's a vampire? Did you pay attention to his story? Oh my god!
And vampires have metaphorically played double duty as sexual predator and leeching billionaire. But I repeat myself, he's also a sexual slavery victim, and as such, he's been Pavloved like crazy. Veilguard tries to head this off by having companions.
Pavloved? What the hell does that mean?
Get into relationships with other people. Balara and Davros love like crazy. Veilguard tries to head this off by having companions get...
Wait a minute, hold up!
Have metaphorically played double duty as sexual predator and leeching billionaire. But I repeat myself, he's also a sexual slavery victim, and as such, he's been...
So, you say that it makes sense for vampires to be sexual predators, but then you acknowledge that he's a victim of sexual slavery and sexual assault. Are you saying that doesn't matter because he's a vampire? Yo, if that's what you're saying, then fuck you. Oh my god. That is just not okay. Good lord. What the hell? Like, what the fuck?
Pavlov like crazy. Veilguard tries to...
Oh no. The video's buffering again.
Veilguard tries to head this off by having companions get into relationships with other people. Balara and Davrin are the only ones who don't because their stories fundamentally involve their focus and attention being on Syrian and Asan respectively, meaning outside of Rook they wouldn't otherwise have time for such a thing. Balara is also implied to be in love with Rook regardless, but in all these cases Rook still has first pick. These characters don't get into other relationships until you are past the final conversation where you can lock in a romance, and even then you have to be the one to encourage them to do it. If you don't, if you avoid those conversations, then they simply don't happen. So it all
That's exactly how it is in Baldur's Gate 3. Like, you get closer to the characters, and you have to be the one to say, hey, I want to have a romance with you. Like, it's only been a few months, but as far as I know, none of the characters are like, you have to have sex with me. You have to be in a relationship with me. None of them are like that. All of them respect you, including Astarion, who, for some reason, you seem to think his sexual slavery and abuse doesn't count because he's a fucking vampire. What's wrong with you?
avenues the player do it. If you don't, if you avoid those conversations, then they simply don't happen. So at all avenues, the player is the one completely in control of a character's availability for romance. Okay, CD, but like, how do we avoid being player sexual? Make characters unavailable, duh. Variety of sexual orientation is the easiest way to do that. Some characters are bi, some are straight, some are gay. This is a no-brainer here. RPGs used to work like this, but it fundamentally ran into one problem. Players didn't like hearing no.
Did players not like hearing no? Or did players not like having choice? You can't advertise a choice-based game and then not have as much choice as possible. Because that's just bad choice-driven games. Like, again, people like quote-unquote player sexual companions because like, it allows them choice in a choice-driven game. If I played Baldur's Gate 3 and I couldn't romance Gale, my opinion of the game would go down because what do you mean I can romance Astarion and Halsin and Shadowheart? Sorry. And Shadowheart and Will and Lae'zel and Karlach, but I can't romance Gale. It would be weird if only a few companions in this choice-driven game would be able for me to, like, become a romanceable companion with. And I actually think it's cool that Larian put time and effort into the characters to... I actually think it's cool that Larian put time and effort into the characters to give them a backstory that'll allow us to romance them without being all like, oh no, what if they have a wife or something at home? Because, like, that gets messy real fast. And, like, sure, some people like to play these games because of mess. But sometimes, I don't know, you just want to, like, have choice without worrying about, like, the consequences of the main character of the companion characters, like, lives beyond that. And sometimes they don't have lives beyond that. It's like, oh my goodness. Okay, unpause. Oh my lord.
Dragon Age Inquisition had characters with preset orientations. One in particular, Cassandra, was straight. Makes sense, her character is basically what if the Catholic Church has its own CIA, so they probably didn't let gay people in. But because she's a warrior class and has short hair, a lot of people got upset they couldn't have a sapphic relationship with her. First problem, you're reducing sexuality to aesthetic preferences, bad kitty.
Reducing sexuality to aesthetic? Aren't you the one doing that right now? Are you not, like, guys, am I insane? Is she not the one doing that? Oh my god, the stream is paused again. Not again. Okay, I think we're back. But as I was saying, she says that the players were, like, ah, dang it, not again. Okay, are we back? Okay, unfortunately we're back. Nope, we're not. Maybe that's not a bad thing. 7 minutes in, guys. Okay, as I was saying, she was just... Oh man, not again. Okay, I think we're back. Anyway, as I was saying, it is so weird to say that it is so weird to say that players are the ones putting aesthetics over sexuality and putting aesthetics over sexuality when you're the one saying that a vampire should be a predator, or that a vampire's sexual abuse doesn't count because he's a vampire. That is such hypocrisy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Go to horny jail. The second problem is that people think this is a problem that needs solving. I'm sorry that you don't get to sleep with the butch religious police, but such is life, unfortunately. Each available gender does still have 2 men and 2 women available. I mean, really sit back and think about the kind of incel logic that's apparent to complaining you can't romance the person you like the most. If this were men complaining they can't fuck Sarah, nobody would consider that something worth listening to beyond asking, why would you want to fuck Sarah unless you're really creepily into elves denigrating themselves for human approval? Orientation isn't the only factor, of course. In Baldur's Gate 2, every companion romance is available to humans, half-elves, elves, and halflings, with 2 exceptions. Aerie is also willing...
Dude, what the heck? I'm feeling like I'm in a blender again, guys.
to hook up with a gnome because she was raised by gnomes and worships a gnomish god, and as such is more partial to them, whereas anyone else would look at them and go, no, come on, be serious here. Viconia is not available to elves because she's a drow. They fucking hate elves. But she is available to half-orcs because she considers them more of a challenge. These are factors that are fundamentally the result of a character's experiences, and when you look at them, your first thought is immediately, oh yeah, that makes sense. In most games, morality and decision-making factors into romance as well. In Mass Effect, if you actively go
morality absolutely plays a part in Baldur's Gate 3 romances. Like, okay, obviously you obviously didn't play the game right, because if you played the game right, you would know that if you attack the Tiefling village, you can lose up to 3 of the companions that you can recruit by Act 1. Karlach leaves, Will leaves, Shadowheart can leave, and Gale can leave. Like, you can lose all of your companions. No, you can, okay, no. Damn it, it's been a while since I got in the village, but my point is you can lose a lot of your companions, and you can lose Karlach and Will and Gale, and I think even Shadowheart if you attack the village. Morality 100% plays a part in this game. The characters in Baldur's Gate 3 aren't blank slates for you to just screw and have sex with. They're established characters. They just don't have romances or set sexualities outside of what they see in you. And that is perfectly fine, because this is still a role-playing game. Romance is part of it. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Against a character's wishes, they aren't available to you. Revealing the treason of Tally's father, for example, permanently locks off Tally's romance because she isn't loyal, and if she's not in a relationship with Shepard in 2, she's not available in 3. Siding against a character when their conflict with another crew member happens does the same thing. These aren't massive, earth-shaking decisions, but they're decisions that hurt the people in question. It makes them feel more like thinking, breathing people when they can be angry with you in ways that have terrible consequences.
If that happens in Baldur's Gate 3 too, I can think of at least 2 instances where if you intervene with a character's questline in some way, they will not like you anymore. If you don't bring Astarion to Cazador's lair and you complete the quest without him, he will fucking leave. He will leave your party, and he will not come back. If you intervene when Shadowheart tries to take on the Night Song, I think she will actually leave if you choose the wrong option. It's been a while since I've both seen those clips and played that section, but I know that happens. And once again, Karlach and Will leave the party if you if you kill the tieflings in the village, and I'm pretty sure that if you don't do Karlach's infernal, oh my god, okay, if you don't do Karlach's infernal iron quest to fix her heart in both Act 1 and 2, then she is screwed. I think she explodes or something. And if you don't give Gale his magical artifacts, he also explodes and takes out your entire party. Like, choices 100% matter in Baldur's Gate 3, and a lot of them are moral choices, and they are moral choices you have to give to the character themselves. There's only one instance where you have to step in, and okay, there's technically a few, but there's only one where you directly have to step in, and everyone agrees that that one is the most poorly written. But it's not bad, it's just poorly written. What do you mean? You're saying this like Baldur's Gate 3 doesn't have beautiful writing. Oh my goodness.
Garrus is the only character for whom his romance is impossible to completely lock out, aside from just not doing it or cheating on him. And for Garrus, that actually makes sense, because Garrus and Shepard's friendship is a big part of his story, and there aren't really any instances where Garrus goes against Shepard on anything, because the two are pretty in sync ideologically and ethically. In an environment where every character has their own opinions and desires, a single character who's ride or die for the player is actually fun. It's why everyone loves Imoen so much. Well, everyone with a soul, at least.
Why do you have to keep bringing up Imoen? Like, what is Imoen? Okay, like, the reason that you like Imoen so much is because of a mod that is not canon to the game. You added in the mod, you acknowledge the fact that it's a mod several times in so many videos. Why do you keep acting like it's not? My brain hurts, guys. My brain is hurting.
Mass Effect also takes the rather bold decision to take a romance ending completely out of the player's hands. In the second game, if you have a relationship with Thane or Jacob, both end up not lasting through Mass Effect 3. Thane is killed and Jacob ends up falling in love with someone else while you're in lockup for a year. People have justifiable criticisms about the latter. Out of all the characters to cheat on Shepard, of course you chose Jacob, BioWare, not Kaidan or Ashley or Liara, rather tellingly. But at the same time, it's a bold decision to take a romance's end out of the player's hands like that. It's something no game has ever done before or since. Probably because...
Is that true? Like, genuinely, is that true? Guys, I'm being so serious. I've never played Mass Effect. I've never played this game before. Seriously, is that true? I feel like I'm going nuts. There's no way that's true, right? Like, good God.
Because people reacted so badly to it. I'm gonna say it, I like that Jacob cheats on Shepard. It's an ugly breakup, and the player's only real options are to either let it be water under the bridge or to be angry about it. Given that Shepard was in lockup for a year, it's not like Jacob even had the chance to send a Dear John letter, but at the same time, Shepard's pain is justifiable. It's a romance option that doesn't lead to a happy ending, reflecting the reality that not every relationship works out, and you don't get that wasted time back. It also reflects the fact that your character...
Oh my god. Okay, maybe I just misunderstood her again, and for that I apologize. It's just there are so many moments in the game where you can either on purpose or accidentally fuck up your romance with the characters in Baldur's Gate 3 that I find it insane that she's like, Mass Effect did this so much better. Like, maybe Mass Effect did it first, maybe, I don't know, but Baldur's Gate 3 also has this. You're acting like it doesn't. If you sleep with Mizora in Act 3, no matter who you are like romancing, the one you were romancing is like, yo, what the hell? What's your problem? And I think in some instances they will break up with you. Like, I didn't romance Mizora because I have good taste and I like Astarion and Halsin way more than Mizora. But I distinctly remember watching like several videos of players' reactions to finding out that you cheated on them with Mizora, and look of devastation on their face. It's just awful and so bad. It's like, oh my goodness.
Characters aren't just sitting in a green room waiting.
Oh my goodness. Please stop buffering.
The fact that your characters aren't just sitting in a green room waiting for the player's presence to give their lines meaning. They have lives of their own, and being locked up for a year can certainly strain a relationship. Some of them will wait for you, some of them won't, and some of them just straight up can't. It's the thing that makes femshep's romances so much more interesting than male shepherd, because they're all varied and unique and with unique outcomes. There are valid complaints about how out of all the characters they gave this story to, it was the lone black man in the companions, but the solution wouldn't be to not have this story at all. The solution would have been to have the Vermeer survivor also do it, because their relationship with Shepard is extremely strained by Mass Effect 3. Mass Effect treats romance as a story, and not all stories have happy endings.
Is that true? Like, I feel like it's being misconstrued. But who knows? I've never played Mass Effect. Maybe it's true. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'll understand if I play Mass Effect. Who knows? I certainly don't.
Also benefits from having 3 games to develop a lot of these relationships, something no other RPG has ever had. Veilguard has one that should end this way, but doesn't. If you're in a relationship with Emmerich, there's a point where he explains that to become a Lich means he can't be biased or self-serving. This is in relationship to raising Manfred after his death, but this stipulation doesn't extend to his relationship with Rook. By all metrics, the Liches should have the same attitude about romance, but they just don't, for no other reason than the fact that they don't want to tell players, no, you can't have your skeleton husband, otherwise they'd have been legally liable when the book talk girlies jumped. This is what player sexual means, even in a situation where the player should be told no, where everything about the story has been screaming for that to be the case. The story bends over backwards to avoid doing that anyway. Well, I don't.
Oh my god, that is so dumb. I don't even know how to describe how dumb that is. Like, I feel like I would just be repeating myself ad infinitum, but it's just like, it's like you just don't understand what is going on in these games. Like, okay, from my understanding of Lily's Mass Effect rant, Mass Effect is the type of game where the companion characters already have like lives outside of you and stuff like that, and you have to work around them, and it's less of a like one size fits all in terms of sexuality. Like I feel like she's made that very clear. And Baldur's Gate 3 is the exact opposite of that. You can romance anybody you want, and you can reject or be in a poly relationship with at least 2 other people and stuff like that. It sounds like, to me, Mass Effect and Baldur's Gate 3 have very, very, very different types of romance options and romance systems in their games, and Lily is mad that Baldur's Gate 3 isn't like Mass Effect, and she's saying that Baldur's Gate 3 is worse than Mass Effect for some reason because it's not like Mass Effect. And if that's the case, you can't compare these 2 wildly different games because they're nowhere near similar to each other. Like, first of all, it seems like Mass Effect is sci-fi. Baldur's Gate is D&D fantasy. You can't, like, just the genre itself is uncomparable. And it's just, it's really a bad thing that is it seriously a bad thing that that these 2 very different games have very different romance ways of doing romance in their games? Am I crazy? Like, no, I feel like that's perfectly fine. What's your problem with them being super different? I would want them to be super different. If I wanted to play a game with Mass Effect like romance style gameplay, I'd play Mass Effect. I wanted to play Baldur's Gate 3 because it was different and it was one size fit all. And I liked Baldur's Gate 3 for that. Maybe I'll like Mass Effect for different reasons, but it's just like these are 2 very different games. I'm just now realizing that comparing them is completely nonsensical because like they're so different you can't possibly compare them in a fair sense. Ugh. Okay, 8 minutes left. Let's continue.
Don't count it as an example, Balara's romance equally makes me uncomfortable because it's the same problem with Chihira. There's always something really sleazy about trying to seduce someone who is currently grieving. Baldur's
You say that it's sleazy to romance someone who is grieving, while you pretty much glaze a mod that allows you to have a romantic relationship with your half sister. No, you don't get to say that at all. No. Like, nah, man, nah. Absolutely not.
Gate 2 is a little better with this because both the Ward and Chihira are experiencing probably the worst loss they will ever experience, so it's more like a bad coping mechanism, but that's kind of a me thing, and that's a point where player choice does factor in. I've always had the same opinion about Meryl's romance. The way in which it starts always feels like Marion is coping with Bethany's death or imprisonment very poorly, like she's a protagonist in a Netflix cartoon. But I'd wonder if anyone—
Lily, if you have anything bad to say about Arcane, I will literally toss myself out my window. I can barely tolerate the Baldur's Gate 3 slander. Hell hath no fury when I hear Arcane slander. And yes, I am including Season 2. I love Season 2. I know it's 1 a.m. I'm very sick and tired. I don't care. I love Season 2. Do not bring up Arcane to me, Lily. I will attempt to demolish you if you diss Arcane. It is an amazing show. I love it. I love it with all of its flaws. It's beautiful. It's so well animated. It's so well written. I love it so much. They should have given Echo and Mel a little bit more screen time, but who cares? I still love it. It's awesome. And do not slander one of my favorite shows of all time. I will eat you for breakfast if you do so. So sorry to go on that mini rant. If you couldn't tell, I am as autistic about Arcane as Baldur's Gate 3.
death or imprisonment very poorly, like she's a protagonist in a Netflix cartoon. But I'd wonder if anyone else put that kind of thought into this at all. I know there's a lot of age gap discourse with Emmerich, but people have historically never been consistent with that complaint. But the idea of, oh god, I can't flirt with this person, they're going through the absolute worst hell imaginable, that'd just be creepy, isn't really something people think about. I'm not saying that if you did the Balara romance that you yourself are creepy, just that Balara's story tends to support you not doing that in the first place. Rook in general is just a little too emotionally stable in a party of people experiencing severe grief, loss, and mental health problems to make really any romance not feel like she's taking advantage of someone at that point. But that ends up being my point. Characterization and a character's story is second to them being a romance option. It's the thing that—
I think that is you who is saying that. Because, like, oh my god, who is saying that genuinely? And what if romance is part of the story? What if romance is part of the story? Take Historian, for example. It's really, really obvious that romance and love is a part of his story in some way. You can reject him and be like, no, I just want to be friends. But it's so obvious that he starts to catch feelings for you in that specific way. And it's like, I'm like, oh my goodness. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, I gotta unpause.
gets sacrificed so every character is romanceable. It's extremely hard to render them unromanceable, and the actual romance itself is less about telling a story and more about giving flirty dialogue in a PG-13 sex scene, often completely divorced from the themes of that character's story. I think—
What do you mean? What, like, give me an example. You can't just say these things and not provide context. That's not how video essays should work. Like, guys, I am trying so hard. I know I've been stuttering a lot in the stream. I know I probably don't make a lot of sense, but I've been trying so hard to give as many examples to basically rebuke Lily as much as possible and, like, deny her points or prove how wrong she is from all of my chopped memories of playing the game and all of my 460 hours in the game. And I am doing my best, just giving out, like, random tidbits of information and showing and telling you what's actually happening in the game to the best of my abilities. Because unlike Lily, for some reason, I actually care about giving you guys proof and context to my points. I don't just say things for no reason. Okay, let me type in the chat real quick.
Back to Garrus, which has his feelings of screwing things up in his life compound against not wanting to risk his relationship with Shepard. It makes a series of flirts that start out rather silly and awkward into something really tender and heartfelt. He's trying to do the whole cool bad boy thing, but like, he's Garrus. He's a square. It's like being hit on by Clark Kent. Stop trying to act cool, Garrus. I know you play Relays and Reapers.
Try small talk.
Come here often. I imagine anyone who does is probably an alcoholic.
If they had focused
Okay, so I've never played Mass Effect, and I don't know who Garrus is, and I am 90% sure that he's supposed to be like a villain or something, but that one small interaction that Lily just presented immediately made me think, this guy seems a little bit autistic. And I am saying this as an autistic person, okay? Like, just the bluntness and and how oh, you must be an alcoholic, like I don't know, it was just really, really funny. Okay.
primarily on Garrus being the sexy alien husband, it would have been poorer for it. He may have a voice like sitting on a washing machine on a flight with heavy turbulence, but that doesn't mean he has a personality to match. It's funny that way. RPG romance is never going to escape the specter of player sexual, so long as romance itself continues to be written in such a shallow way that prioritizes instant gratification over telling an interesting story, and I'm pretty sure I'm increasingly alone in wanting it to. I actually looked over a lot of these games to see who I'd actually romanced, and in the vast majority of cases, the answer was nobody. Only about 4, and one of them is a mod, so it doesn't really
Wait a minute, what?
really romance, and in the vast majority of cases, the answer was nobody. Only about 4, and one of them is a mod, so it doesn't really count.
And one of them is a mod, so it doesn't really count. Lily, lady, woman, why are you... You can't... You've been treating the MMWin mod like it's canon this entire video, and now 13 minutes in you're like, oh, it's a mod, so it doesn't count. You can't do that. That's a direct contradiction. Oh my god.
I did the Meryl romance for the Dragon Age video, only to realize
like guys, I am trying so hard to not be mean and not just be super duper pissed, but like, you can't treat the mod as canon the entire time and then be like, oh yeah, I know it's not canon. Like, yo, which is it? I can't.
I had nothing to say about Dragon Age's approach to romance. In most games, I either didn't like any companions enough to want to talk to them, and when I did, any thought toward being flirty just felt like I was playing against character. In Dragon Age Origins, my romance options were 2 humans, and I couldn't really find any explanation where Callie and Tabris, of all people, would actually get in bed with a human. And I've been long against this idea of RPG romance getting broader at the cost of
Wait a minute, what did she say?
humans, and I couldn't really find any explanation where Callie and Tabris, of all people, would actually get in bed with a human.
Yo, wait, hold up. So because... okay, maybe I'm misunderstanding. So because this roleplay... So because you couldn't imagine this role-playing game... So because you couldn't imagine this role-playing game like, attuning or, like, matching, because you couldn't imagine this role-playing game matching your headcanon. Is the game somehow bad for that? Like, I am so confused. I am so confused, guys. Is she seriously saying that because she can't imagine that these characters in a role-playing game would sleep with humans, that the game is bad for that? Like, no, that's not how it works. That's a headcanon you made up. You can't make up a headcanon and get mad at the game for, like, not matching the headcanon? Like, yo, what am I watching? Oh my god. Okay, we have, 5 minutes left. Let's see if we can get this done before 2 o'clock.
And I've been long against this idea of RPG romance getting broader at the cost of getting less interesting. RPGs can only ever have so much content in them, and the more variables you introduce, the less interesting things those variables are able to explore. I've heard some people say they—
Yo, wait, what? Did I hear that right?
romance getting broader at the cost of getting less interesting. RPGs can only ever have so much content in them, and the more variables you introduce, the less interesting things those variables are able to explore.
The more variables a role-playing game has, the less choices you can make. Lily, that is really, really stupid and completely asinine and makes zero sense. That makes... Yo, what? Like, maybe I'm having a stroke right now, but, like, no? Players want more choice. They want more choices in their games. That's why people like player sexual characters, because it gives them more choice. That's what people like about it. That's gonna sound crazy, but having more choices in a video game doesn't limit you at all. Like, in what universe does having more choices in a game limit you at all? Guys, I am so confused. I feel like I'm going nuts. Oh my god. 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left, guys. 5 minutes left.
I've heard some people say they want Larian to remake the original Baldur's Gate tetralogy, which is inherently ridiculous because Baldur's Gate 3 took them 6 years to release and 8 years to finish, and the original series is 20 times the size of that game. Taking a story that large, that thematically cohesive, and with that deep of characterization, and putting it into full 3D with every conversation given full cinematic animation would be a task no developer would be capable of. That game would be a terabyte in size. It's just an—
Okay, Lily is right about that, but like wanting Larian to completely remake the original 2 games with how long Baldur's Gate 3 took is like an insane thing to ask, considering how long Baldur's Gate 3 took to make. However, I'm not sure that's what people are asking. Like, maybe I'm like misreading what people are saying, but I feel like people are like, I don't know, I feel like people are saying, like, hey, can you remaster the game to, like, have better graphics? Like, it's very rare that people want things to, like, be, I feel like it's really rare for people to want, like, super duper old games that have, like, old retro stuff to be, like, completely remastered and have all their retro and old styles stripped away, because, like, there's not a lot of that old stuff anymore. So, like, maybe people are saying that they just want Larian to, like, update the graphics of the old game but keep the old style, and Lily misunderstood that, or maybe I'm misunderstanding Lily, and people actually do want Larian to completely remake Baldur's Gate 3, no, Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. I don't know, guys.
inherently difficult to have as wide would be capable of. That game would be a terabyte in size. It's just inherently difficult to have as wide of player choice as humanly possible, while also making the game interesting because video games are so labor intensive to make, and high quality storytelling has never gotten along with player choice very well. Okay.
Yo, what did she say?
Labor intensive to make, and high quality storytelling has never gotten along with player choice very well.
Yes, it has. Baldur's Gate 3 has so much player choice. Like, as far as I remember, you can, like, Baldur's Gate 3 can basically be your dollhouse if you play it right, there is so much choice in Baldur's Gate 3. What do you mean? Why are you... Oh my god. Saying that there's no player choice in Baldur's Gate 3 while showing on screen Lae'zel being so upset that that she was betrayed by her people and the queen that she worshipped for fucking her entire life and being all like, it's like, dude, saying that there's no agency while showing a character on screen who has a lot of agency and has to regain her agency later on in the story is nuts. Like, bonkers nuts. Oh my goodness.
Okay, CD, so like, how do we fix it? Fix it? Pixie would have to want to be fixed. This is the important part. None of what I just described is what most players want. Most players want to watch the hot people do the do. They want to charm their favorite waifu, and things like depth of character and something being thematically appropriate just doesn't matter to them.
Yes, it does. Like, oh my god, why are you just focusing on the romances in Baldur's Gate 3? Sometimes the romances are part of the story. Sorry to say that. Sorry to burst your bubble, but sometimes it is. And if you seriously think that that's all that players want, then you didn't pay attention to why it was nominated for Game of the Year. Like, what do you, like, exactly, Cat Peasant 106, what do you mean player choice doesn't make a good story? That doesn't make any sense. Like, oh my god. It's just, guys, it's just so stupid. And like, so what if people okay guys, so what if some people just want to look at hot characters and date them and play the game as a dating sim and don't really care about the fantasy or the RPG element? So what? That's how they play the game. I initially played the game like that on my first try. Because I saw Astarion was reminded very quickly what I identified as a gay man and was like, oh, I want him. It wasn't until later that I got more into the RPG elements of the game. And, like, the people who... Why does it bother Lily so much that some people just want to date hot characters in video games and not care about the story? That's why visual novels exist. And that's why so many people like Baldur's Gate 3, because the romance options and the relationships with the characters are so fleshed out. Only one character is actually, like, very undercooked, but even still, you can find things to use with his story, and that someone is Will. You can find so many things in Baldur's Gate 3 to use and play with, and it's just so awesome that Larry managed to make a game that is so valuable and so up for interpretation and has so many choices. You can choose to romance. You can choose to romance a sexy vampire, or you can choose to romance a nerd in a tower, or you can choose to romance a half elf with mommy issues. Would they count as mommy issues? I feel like they would also count as daddy issues, but that's not my point. My point is Baldur's Gate 3 has so much choice when it comes to RPG stuff and when it comes to romance stuff. And just boiling it down to mindless romance and the characters as blank slates that you can fuck in an orgy is so disrespectful that I can't even express how angry I am without my throat getting more sore and my parents waking up. But guys, trust me, I am seething right now. I am trying so hard to not be like so loud, and I don't know if I'm succeeding, but oh my god, I am so pissed. Okay, we have to continue. 4 minutes and 20 seconds left.
It's similar to the way pro-shippers talk, treating media like empty, meaningless junk food to be consumed and thrown away. The idea that art exists to inspire or invoke feelings in people more complicated than visceral gratification is increasingly discounted. You probably heard someone...
What do you mean? That's not it at all. I feel like you're discounting it because you're only focusing on the romance part. Like, if you look at the characters as they are with the friendships, it is so in depth. Like, you get to explore how Gale feels about himself and how Gale feels about himself in Mistra and his relationship with Mistra, and you talk him out of basically committing suicide. You learn more about Shadowheart and why she is the way she is, and why she finds so much comfort in pain and darkness. And you bring her towards the light, and you help her become her own person, not worshipping an evil goddess anymore. And Lae'zel, you do the same thing, but so much more gutso, and so much more, like, oomph. Not to dog on Shadowheart. Not to dig on Shadowheart for a bit, she's still awesome. But Lae'zel finds out that the god she's worshipped for her entire life does not care about her at all. And she decides to take a stand against her and fight against her if you go down her good ending. And it's just so good. It's just so great. It's just awesome, you guys. Even Will, where you have to make the choice for him, you can see how devastated he is that he has to choose between his life and his father, the man that he looked up to his whole life, the man that he had to basically lie to in order to protect. And it's just the man he had to lie to in order to protect. And you can, like, I'm sorry, I'm stuttering so much, but it's just so good. It's just so awesome. I love it. It's amazing. And when Will becomes the Blade of Avernus and decides to fight devils and demons for other people in his position, guys, it is some of the best storytelling ever. Even Will, who is arguably the most undercooked, is one of the most well-developed characters in his entire game. And Lily is saying that the game only focuses on romance. No, you just did not play the game right. You did not play the game right at all. You just didn't pay attention at all. And it's just, oh my goodness. It's like, okay, to say that the game only focuses on romance and the characters being fuckable, when you reduce Astarian's sexual abuse to being completely fine or being totally normal or being normalized because he's a vampire, yo, you are disgusting. And that is awful. And you are gross. Like, oh my goodness. Sorry for going on that rant. I am very tired, and it's been a lot, if you could not tell.
On social media in the past to make the bold claim that fiction doesn't affect reality, which is just frighteningly bad awareness of the very concept of art and the fact that art reality discounted. You probably heard someone on social media in the past make the bold claim that fiction doesn't affect reality, which is just frighteningly bad awareness of the very concept of art and the fact that art historically has always affected reality.
Oh my god. Okay, let me let her finish her sentence first before I continue.
I mean, slavery abolition was sparked by a book, for fuck's sake. The very concept
Excuse me?
of thematic weight in a story is being treated as if it doesn't exist.
Oh my fucking lord. Okay. I've been in fandom spaces way too long, but when people say that fiction doesn't affect reality, I'm pretty sure they're talking about the fact that what you do in the bedroom and whatever kinks you have in the bedroom does not affect your day-to-day life. And anybody who cares about that is stupid. I don't think they're saying that like video games and whatever romance choice you have reflects you as a person or something. Cat Peasant 106 says, slavery didn't come from a fucking book, Lily. Oh my god. I'm going to trust you on that because I had very bad teaching when I was growing up. You can guess where I'm from. But people say fiction doesn't affect reality in reference to the fact that sometimes people will say that people with weird kinks should get fired from their jobs or ostracized from society. Not that they like romances in a video game. what do you mean? Am I understanding this right? Or am I just really, really tired? Like, no, that's not what people mean at all. Like, 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 when people say that, people are saying, I don't care what you do in the bedroom, just don't bring it into the real world because that's weird. And that doesn't mean your video game preferences say who you are as a person. And if you, like, I'm gonna say right now, unless it's some really, really weird shit and not Baldur's Gate 3 levels of weird, because let's be for real, guys, Baldur's Gate 3 is very mild in terms of weirdness. Unless it's some really, really weird shit, what you like should not matter to people, as long as they're consenting adults and everybody is like consenting and everybody's okay with it, and who cares? It's just perfectly fine. Why does it matter? Why does this matter so much to you? Oh my goodness. Okay, 3 minutes left. Oh good God.
But once you step back and remember that people always state their opinions as objective fact, you realize that fiction doesn't.
You're the one stating your opinion as objective fact, though. You're the one that's saying that, like, oh, people. You're the ones that's saying that, like, people say that, like, fiction doesn't affect reality. But, like, you're the one saying that as an objective fact. You've been saying that this entire screen. You said that Baldur's Gate 3 doesn't have good romance options. You said that Astarian's abuse doesn't count as abuse because he's a vampire. You say that. Oh my God! You just said that people who say that fiction doesn't affect reality are wrong, like it was an objective fact. Oh my goodness! Like, guys, this is actually nuts. I feel like I'm going nuts.
Affect reality is what they want to be true. The idea of art as having meaning or value is the primary thing getting in the way of their fun. And a lot of the complaints of sanitized media is about a lot of creators not being on that wavelength of upbeat nihilism, of still having a creative vision more nuanced than morbid, unrestrained self-indulgence. And RPG romance is just close enough to the visual novel singularity to be affected by this first. As a result, RPGs go.
And I must ask again, why is that a bad thing? You're saying this like it's a bad thing. There are some RPGs that lean more into the romance stuff, and some RPGs that lean more into the gameplay stuff, while sometimes the gameplay is romance. Why is that bad? I'm so serious, guys. Why is she saying as if this is a bad thing that we should all be treating as bad? Oh my goodness, I feel like I'm going crazy.
Out of their way to create situations where visual novel singularity to be affected by this first. As a result, RPGs go out of their way to create situations where they don't say no to the player regarding sex, and then people only get antsy about it when you point out that that's what they're doing. So me laying.
There are multiple moments in Baldur's Gate 3 where people will say no to sex with you. Astarian, the one you say whose sexual abuse doesn't matter because he's a vampire, says no to sex if you treat him wrong in Act 2. He will reject you in Act 2 if you treat him wrong. And you're saying that Baldur's Gate 3 is afraid to say no to characters who want sex. Oh my God. You are insufferable.
All this out, like there's a few of you going, what the fuck are you talking about, CD? I'm not here to ruminate on the ethics of flirting with someone in the worst kind of rebound. I'm here to get my rocks. Talking about CD, I'm not here to ruminate on what they're doing. So me laying all this out, like there's a few of you going, what the fuck are you talking about, CD? I'm not here to ruminate on the ethics of flirting with someone in the worst kind of rebound. I'm here to get my rocks off with the cute engineer lady. Which is fair. I mean, I don't understand why you're watching a CD call video if you didn't want to get weirdly philosophical about something that ultimately doesn't matter, but
weirdly philosophical? What do you mean? You're not philosophical. You're not being philosophical at all. You just said a bunch of wrong things, and a lot of those things are incredibly disgusting the more I think about it. And you are disgusting the more I think about it with those things that you said just 11 months ago. Like, oh my God.
you do you. If developers would just drop the pretense and admit that's what they're doing, where romance exists for no other reason than because fucking your party members is fun, then I'd be less bothered by it, but
You are the one who's saying that. You're the one who's saying that's what happens in these games, even though that's not what happens at all. That's not what happens at all. Oh my god, I'm gonna have a sore throat in the morning. I just know it. I feel like you're projecting so hard right now. How do we have 2 minutes left?
no, they turn around and try to argue that they're not with extremely weak excuses that just make you wonder, how much does the phrase player sexual bother you? Being compared to a visual novel dating sim clearly bothers them, even when that's exactly what this aspect of RPGs is turning into. It's been
Does it bother them, Lily, or are you making that up? Like, can you show me where that is bothering someone? Like, where is that? Who at Larian said that being called a glorified dating sim is a bad thing? Am I insane? Oh my goodness.
suggested by others that letting you fuck the party members is included more for the sake of tradition, like it's a required feature alongside branching narrative in the concept of companions at all. But that being said, that implies that there's a significant sea change toward art being made more shallow and more gratuitous for the sake of cheap thrills at the expense of anything that might get in the way of that. And the
Oh my god, how many times am I going to say that you are the one who is projecting that onto these games? I can only say that so many times before I become redundant, but I feel like Lily is becoming more redundant, so maybe the redundancy is just redundant. I don't know, guys.
truth is that while that audience does exist and is quite loud, I don't think most people actually treat art that way. There's been a pretty heavy and significant backlash to pro shippers and the way they tend to denigrate and disrespect art as a concept, and people still tend to roll their eyes at sex scenes they consider pointless. Some people have tried to paint that as some kind of new age Puritan.
What? Who is this person and what is this tweet?
Uprising, but that sentiment was always there. It was the dominant discussion around the games industry for a decade, and it still is.
Lily, what does that have to do with Baldur's Gate 3 and Dragon Age and Mass Effect? What does pro shipping have to do with Mass Effect? Like, my god, did I lose the plot somewhere?
That sentiment was always there. It was the dominant discussion around the games industry for a decade, and it still is. Baldur's Gate 3 sold like crazy, but we have Steam achievements telling us that only 50% of players actually made it halfway through the game.
Yeah, because the game is fucking huge. Like, this isn't anything new. Look at literally any game, any role-playing game on Steam. You're not gonna find a game where all of its player base has 100% of achievements unless, like, only one person played the game. And even then, they might not have even finished it. What does this prove about games being player sexual?
Most people who play these kind of games tend to come to the same conclusion that RPG romance always sucks. And there's an argument.
Or maybe, just maybe, a game being super duper big is really intimidating, and not a lot of people like to play super duper big games, and it will either stop playing or will come back to it later. Not because it sucks, but because it's so freaking big. Act 1 and Act 3 of Baldur's Gate 3 are so unbelievably huge that I have played this game for almost 500 hours, and I know I still haven't done everything in it because I don't have all the achievements. It's like, these games are massive. What do you want? I don't understand, guys. I don't understand.
Arguments be made that Baldur's Gate 2's goofy melodrama to its romance was always going to sucks. And there's an argument to be made that Baldur's Gate 2's goofy melodrama to its romance was always going to head closer to the visual novel singularity than it was to anything with more drama, and I'm the only one who ever wanted something else out of it. So
Wait a minute. You just admitted that Baldur's Gate 2, the game you love so much, leans more towards a visual novel, and you're probably the one person who wanted more out of it. Did I seriously just hear that? Is that seriously what she just said? Let me rewind that. I am so confused.
game. Most people who play these kind of games tend to come to the same conclusion that RPG romance always sucks. And there's an argument to be made that Baldur's Gate 2's goofy melodrama to its romance was always going to head closer to the visual novel singularity than it was to anything with more drama, and I'm the only one who ever wanted something else out of it. So calling—
Yeah, she did just say that. Like, so like, why are you dissing on Baldur's Gate 3 for, in your opinion, doing the exact same thing?
something player sexual is as mundane and obvious a description as calling a sex scene in a film superfluous. It's supposed to be that way. If it was any other way, nobody would be happy.
Oh my god. Why do you think that games need characters to have sex in order for players to enjoy it? That is something that you made up. You can go the entire game. You can go the entirety of Baldur's Gate 3 without having sex with anybody and still get a great experience. And I know that because I only romance two people. Well, technically 3 people, but I only romance 3 people, and I have friendships with all the characters, and they were all so good. And it's just, what am I watching, guys?
I don't really have much of a conclusion for this, as I can't decide if the dating sim approach to romance is a problem, since I've already demonstrated I could just not do it, and oftentimes the story is better served if I don't.
So you admit that you can just not engage with the work and the dating, quote-unquote, dating sim approach to it, while admitting that, no, you just admitted that you could just not engage with the work after spending nearly 18 minutes saying that the game is bad for doing this? Dude, what? Lily, what are you talking about?
But at the same time, I feel like optional content can be criticized because time had to go into it that could have gone into something else, like having only a single romance option but making that romance really interesting and nuanced, or having all of them end badly because your character is doomed by the narrative, or having a character's relationship get smacked with a second act plot twist that—
Stop bringing up Emma when you admitted like 5 minutes ago she's from a mod. Guys, she admitted 5 minutes ago that Emma's romance is from a mod, and here she is saying that she's an example of good romance stuff that should be you. Oh my goodness, I am so tired. I am so exhausted. Like, guys, to say that all of this stuff, to say that you know that all of this stuff is optional, and then to still complain about it, even though it's optional, it's like, dude, I don't know. I feel like you're saying, how dare there's chocolate cake at this banquet? I don't like chocolate cake, but there's vanilla cake over here on the other side of the table. But I want all the chocolate cake gone because I hate chocolate cake. Like, what are you saying? What are you saying? Zio Gold says Lily is saying that the stuff in the game that she chooses not to engage with shouldn't be in the game in the first place. I feel like that is what she's saying, but that would arguably be removing more choice. Like, why do you want to remove choice from a choice-driven game? Like, that's not fun or compelling or anything like that. Like, when it comes to games, you need as much choice as possible to keep the player entertained and stuff, right? Oh my goodness. Cat Peasant 106 says, at Zeal Gold, which is done because everyone should be able to play games how they want. Exactly. It's like how that Yandere dev guy made a bodyguard for the first rival in his Yandere simulator game because he didn't like that people were beating her super easy on the first try. And it's like, people will play games how they want to play them. And why is it bad that players have choice? Why do you want to take away the choice from the games? And why do you keep bringing up Imowen, even though you acknowledged earlier that she's a mod and doesn't count? Oh my god. We have 1 minute left, guys. Let's see if we can get through this.
Continuing it, an extremely difficult ethical dilemma. Just You know, something with a little more bite to it than just fuck the hot person. This does ultimately come down to personal taste. Me personally, I love my duos. I always write characters in pairs, and that relationship always ends up being...
Oh my goodness. The characters have so much bite. All of the characters have so much bite to them. What do you mean? What do you mean?
the most interesting to me, regardless of if it's romantic, platonic, familial, or bonded like stray cats who can't be adopted separately. And I take that...
I don't know who any of those characters you just flashed up on screen were, and I don't know who these characters are. Could you explain, please?
with me into the media I consume as well. Give me a good main duo, and their relationship in whatever form it takes is the one I'm most interested in. An RPG romance just seems increasingly like something I should just leave in the dust, specifically
Wait a minute! This is very clearly a visual novel type game. You just spent the last 19 minutes saying bad shit about visual novels and that RPG games leading more and more towards visual novels are bad. And now you're saying that a very clearly visual novel inspired game is good? Yo, I am so confused. Like, make up your mind.
Because we don't get those kind of duos anymore. We don't get a Warden, Imoen, or Shepard and Garrus anymore, platonic or romantic. RPG protagonists are increasingly blank slates, afraid to impose anything on the player at all, and the brief period of time where that wasn't the case is looking increasingly like an outlier. And I don't think many other people besides me cared about that to begin with, so maybe it's best left alone.
So, oh my god, so, the video is over, and I think I hate myself a little bit more, honestly. Like, oh my goodness. Like, what the hell, guys? What the hell? Like, guys, what do we even say? She says that Astarion should have been a sexual predator. No, she said it would have made sense for Astarion to be a sexual predator because he's a vampire. And his sexual abuse doesn't count because he's a vampire. She says that all the characters are blank slates for you to just fuck, which is just... oh my lord. And then she says that the game just focuses on nothing but romance and who you want to fuck and stuff like that, even though that's not what happened at all. And it's just, yo. I really, really hope that you guys had fun, because this was honestly slightly painful. It is 2 in the morning. I do have a cold right now, so, maybe I'm just a little bit sick, and, I'm just, like, not doing the best because of that, but, oh my goodness. That was awful. I have never seen such a fundamental misunderstanding of something I love so much, and I am praying to God that she never makes a video on Baldur's Gate 3 ever again, because I don't think I'd be able to handle it. That was just the worst. I am sorry you are sick, nerd. It's fine, Cat Peasant 106. I will get better. Just need to take some ibuprofen and take a really long nap. Oh man, I got the shakes. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, that was like actually painful. I am praying to God she never makes a video on Arcane. That was just awful, and I hated it. Like, good God. She really said that a sexual abuse victim's abuse doesn't count because of his race. Wow, fuck off, Lily. Fuck you. Genuinely. Not even that. She said that she basically implies that it would have made more sense for him to be a predator because he's a vampire. Holy shit. Fuck you. Wow. I just can't, guys. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Oh man, I need to go to sleep. So, I'm gonna be ending the stream now. I really hope you guys had fun, and I hope that my ranting was enjoyable. It went for a long time. Never expected to go this long, but yeah, this was as painful as this was. This was a lot of fun. Okay, let me see.